time at 1 a.m. That is going to be extended in some parts until 2:30 in the morning. Georgia has also allowed an extension at some of its polling stations until 12:45, and in North Carolina, they've also extended the voting hours by 30 minutes. So voters will have until 1 o'clock in the morning, our time, to cast their ballots. We have, in the meantime, been getting some early exit polls. Democracy and the economy, the most important issues for voters. Nearly half of voters saying they're financially worse off today than 4 years ago, the highest level in the last 5 presidential elections. That's according to NBC. Over the next hour of the programme, I'm going to be joined by Laura Trevelyan, journalist, former BBC anchor, who's been covering the US since 2004. And in tonight's View from Here, we're going to head to Scotland, where a survey has found that more Scots support Donald Trump than in any other nation in Europe. We'll talk to John Boothman in Scotland for more on that. So throughout the last 2 hours, we've been bringing you reaction and analysis as we wait for the first significant results from the United States presidential election. Millions of Americans have been casting their votes in the closest presidential election in recent history, and we've been getting a series of exit polls. Democracy and the economy were the 2 top issues for US voters. That's according to preliminary exit poll data from CNN. 35% said democracy was the key issue that would determine their vote, while 31% put the economy first. Abortion with 14% and immigration at 11% were the next most important issues to voters. Well, we won't be getting any actual results for probably a few hours yet. And just a reminder, though, that from 1 o'clock this morning, Callum MacDonald will be taking over the reins here at Times Radio to take you right through the night until Times Radio Breakfast picks up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, Donald Trump has been tonight at his Mar-a-Lago ranch in Florida. It's been reported that he's going to be joined by Elon Musk, the controversial billionaire businessman who has become a staunch supporter. Earlier, he cast his vote at a nearby polling station and said he was feeling confident after a great campaign.
No, I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
Well, Kamala Harris sent her ballot by mail and has been calling a number of radio stations to urge her supporters to get out and cast their votes. She told one station in Atlanta that she'll be at a watch party at Howard University after a big family dinner.
The first office I ever ran for was freshman class representative at Howard University. And to go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Well, Kamala Harris also made a surprise appearance at the Democratic Party's Washington, D.C. headquarters and made a number of calls to voters.
Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody participates.
Well, that was Kamala Harris trying to make sure that her supporters get out and vote earlier. Listening to all that, watching the exit polls and everything else, Laura Trevelyan joins us from the United States. Laura, we are still very much waiting for any significant results. But tell us your take on where we are tonight.
Well, it's just so close, isn't it, Carol? And this is this agonizing moment where you don't know very much, but you can see anecdotally that there are incredibly long lines at the polls, particularly in Philadelphia, where it looks like they're going to have to extend the opening hours, because the law is that if you're online when the polls close, you do get the right to vote. So in Philadelphia, which I think is heartening for Democrats, it's the key state of Pennsylvania, there's incredibly long lines to vote. And Donald Trump has already posted on his Truth Social network, Carol, that there's massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement on the way, a sign that perhaps he too is rattled by the turnout in Philadelphia. Now, election officials in Philadelphia say there is absolutely no cheating. This is unfounded, but it just shows you how the night may begin to unfold. And by the way, US networks have called 3 states, Indiana and Kentucky, where the polls have closed, have been called for Donald Trump. So he has 19 electoral votes in the US network's tally. And Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris, and she has 3 electoral votes. Remember, you have to get to 270. Just one thing I did think was interesting, Carol, looking at the results out of Indiana, where the polls closed just over an hour ago, by the way, which Donald Trump has comfortably won, according to the share of the vote in. But in one county, Hamilton County, which is pretty suburban, there was a strong showing by Kamala Harris with 2/3 of the vote in, a better performance than Joe Biden's in 2020 in that county. So that's something that could be interesting as the night unfolds, if that's repeated across other suburban districts.
So if we look at those results, or the results that have been called by the American networks, which is what happens throughout the night, 3 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris, 19 to Donald Trump. But that is, in a sense, a reflection of the fact that we've only had Indiana and Kentucky that have actually been counting votes, and those are states that have traditionally voted Republican.
Exactly. I mean, this next hour is a pretty exciting one, Carol, because most of the polls have closed in Georgia, except, as you were reporting, in places where there were what turned out to be fake bomb threats. And so the polling stations had to close for a bit. But Georgia is a key swing state in all of this. Donald Trump narrowly lost it in 2020. Joe Biden narrowly won it. If Harris has a strong performance in Georgia, that would bode well for her, and they count the votes quickly there now. We should know really by the top of the next hour how things are looking in Georgia. So that will be a strong indication. If Donald Trump does well there, then at 8 o'clock, the polls will be closing, most of them at any rate. In Pennsylvania, 7:30, so in about 20 minutes, that's when North Carolina, the polls close there. Another state where both campaigns are hoping for a strong showing. It's a state that Donald Trump won in 2020. So we have 2 battlegrounds to keep an eye on and to discuss in the next hour, Carol, both Georgia and North Carolina.
Well, we will keep a close eye out on that, and for any indications of any projected results. And we'll be back to hear some of what we've been hearing on the programme already in just a moment here on Times Radio.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
USA! 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 Yes, the results will continue to pour in. The analysis will continue. The head scratching, the chin stroking. What does this all actually mean? Asma and I will be here at breakfast as normal to make sense of the US presidential election.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. This morning from 6 on Times Radio. Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Now, just let me remind you that as we await more results from the US elections, the Times and the Sunday Times have just opened their paywall. So throughout today, Wednesday and Thursday, you can get free access to real-time coverage, expert analysis and evolving stories, whether you subscribe or not. This is a great opportunity to sample the Times and Sunday Times world-class journalism across news, commentary and in-depth election analysis. And of course, the Times website will be updating minute by minute as we follow the results as they come in. And from now on, you can actually do that for free, even if you haven't got a subscription. It's a great opportunity to try out what you can see on the Times website. I have with me throughout this hour, I'm delighted to have the company of journalist Laura Trevelyan, who's in the United States. And I was speaking earlier to a former Republican congressman, John LeBoutillier. He told me what he was hearing about his party's performance so far.
Well, I think there's a huge turnout, both in the early voting that ended yesterday and then today. It appears anecdotally and by reports from different secretaries of state in the 7 battleground states that the turnout appears very large. The general rule in our system is the larger the turnout, the better it is for the Democrats. Then you add in the obvious gender gap in the voting, in the who's turning out, and it's almost a 10-point gap. More women are voting than men. That was in the early voting. How that's going to go on the same day voting today, we don't know. But that is all good for Kamala Harris's campaign and bad for the Republicans because they have, unfortunately for them, they've fumbled the abortion issue so badly that they've turned a huge swath of women against them.
And John LeBoutelier, a former Republican congressman, told me more about how Donald Trump was struggling to win over women voters.
Repealing of Roe v. Wade, which Trump has taken credit for and bragged about, runs around saying, oh, I did it and all that. That has killed him among a lot of women voters. And his generally dismissive attitude, even encapsulated last week by saying, well, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not. And that line was suicide for him among a lot of women voters, especially with his track record of being accused by more than a dozen, or actually 20 plus women of sexually assaulting them. So he's got a problem with women voters. There's no question about it. And I think this increased turnout by a gap of 10 points, more women than men voting, that's the single worst news for Trump. Now, that was in the early voting. We don't know today if there's that same gap, or maybe all the anti-Trump women voted in the early voting and there are none left. We don't know.
Well, that was John LeBoutelier speaking to me a little earlier. I mean, when we were speaking earlier, Laura, you were talking about the battle of the sexes, and John really explaining a bit more about what lies behind that.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the seismic shift in American politics in the last 2 years has been the overturning of the federal right to an abortion by the United States Supreme Court, something that had existed for more than 50 years. So now whether or not a woman has access to an abortion depends entirely on where in the country she lives. And in about 10 states tonight, there are moves to enshrine abortion rights constitutionally in these states. So Democrats are hoping that this will drive up turnout amongst women who are concerned about reproductive freedoms, and it will benefit them. But of course, the thing is also, Carol, that in America, people do what's called splitting their ticket. So it might be, for example, that you're a woman in Arizona and you decide, yes, I want to vote for Donald Trump for the presidential election, but I also want to vote for this enshrining abortion rights in the Constitution. I may disagree with Donald Trump on the issue of abortion, but I think he'll be better as a president. So we just have to see how it all turns out. But it is exciting that so many Americans are engaging in the democratic process, Carol. I'll tell you, even here in New York, when I was voting in Brooklyn, which, by the way, is not a swing state, the 28 electoral college votes are expected to go to Kamala Harris. There were so many people online and excited. And by the way, we get stickers here in the US if we vote early, Carol. So there's an incentive.
Just before we take in some more of what we've been hearing tonight, let me ask you a question, rather unfairly, from one of our listeners, saying he wants to know whether the number of electoral college votes in each state changes based, for instance, on population changes. I mean, we know that in most of the states, it's winner takes all, isn't it? And each state has a particular number of electoral college votes. But does that change if they've suddenly got a big increase in their populations?
Well, that's an excellent question, Carol. And I'm not being a constitutional lawyer. I'm not going to answer that question. But yes, the key tonight is getting to 270. So the most populated states have the most votes in the Electoral College. That is exactly how it works. And the question we have tonight is the 7 states which don't, according to the polls, seem to be falling in either camp. The question is, where do they go? So we have pretty reliably Kamala Harris getting 226 electoral college votes based on the states which are solidly Democratic. You have Donald Trump getting 219 electoral college votes. And then how do they get to 270 votes? For Kamala Harris, the easiest way to get there is to win what's called the Rust Belt in the Midwest, to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which, by the way, have all behaved the same way for many years in elections. For Donald Trump, the route is to win Pennsylvania, plus some of the Sun Belt states like Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina. That would get him there, which is why it may all come down to Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral college votes, Carol. And that's why in Philadelphia, where we're seeing these long lines, I think that's why you're seeing Donald Trump on Truth Social saying that there's been massive cheating, even though election officials say no sign of that.
Yeah, definitely one to watch very closely indeed. Well, we have, though, had those early exit polls which give an indication of the issues that voters are most concerned about, the state of the economy and the state of democracy, the two biggest ones. Joanna Maska, Chief Executive of the Global Situation Room and a former White House Director of Press for President Barack Obama, gave me her take on those early exit polls.
I'm worried that so many people believe fundamentally that democracy is on the line. And if you look at both campaigns, I mean, you've got Elon Musk saying there will never be an election again if Kamala Harris is elected president. You've got them saying Western civilization is on the line. You've got surrogates for Kamala Harris saying many things, including comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. That is instilling such fear and anxiety that I've got so many friends texting me, and they're just so worried they don't even know whether to watch tonight and how long this is going to take on. I think what we are seeing is that women are coming out in large numbers. And there was an outlier of a poll this weekend. Ann Seltzer, who is the Des Moines Register pollster in Iowa, and she is never wrong. She saw that women were breaking for Harris by like a 20-point margin. And if that holds up, then we may know the outcome of the election tonight, and it may go to Kamala Harris.
Well, I also asked Joanna Maska what she was sensing about the mood amongst her close contacts within the Democratic campaign.
Well, they're cautiously optimistic. Like I said, this Ann Seltzer poll, I mean, all of us who have worked in Iowa, she is kind of the god of polling. And so that kind of reassures us because it also mimics what you see anecdotally. I mean, I was with family who have never voted for a Democrat, and they're voting for Kamala Harris. So, that could be a surprise. Obviously, we know that in some places, Republicans are outpacing Democrats in early voting at a higher rate than we've seen before, but we don't know which way they're breaking. So there's a cautious optimism, a healthy skepticism. I mean, we don't expect anyone to concede tonight. Donald Trump would not concede even the last election.
Well, that was Joanna Maska speaking to me a little earlier. No, very unlikely that Donald Trump is going to concede tonight. But interesting, this sense really that the Democratic campaign, like I suspect many voters, really just holding their breath at the moment and waiting to see when we get to some of those more meaningful results.
Well, that's absolutely right, Carol. Nauseous optimism. That's the phrase that actually both campaigns have been using about how they feel at this moment. But it is the moment where everybody's texting everyone else saying, what do you hear about the turnout? What do you hear about the polling places? What do you hear about the gender gap? What do you hear about the late breaking vote? And we're a little bit short on actual information. But they are counting the votes pretty quickly, I can tell you, in Florida, once a swing state, but no longer, solidly in the Republican column. And with 64% of the vote in Florida, Donald Trump is up by 7 points, which is about what you would expect. 4% of the vote has been counted in Georgia. That's one of those key swing states, Carol. Donald Trump leading by 4%, but that's not telling you very much with just 4% of the vote in. And at this point, the percentage of the vote all depends and who's won it all depends on where it's coming from. So in Georgia, if you're having the rural areas counted voted first, you would expect Donald Trump to do well. But it's when you get to the Atlanta area, which is much more Democratic, and the suburbs, that's when you see Kamala Harris's vote ticking up. We do know, by the way, Carol, that in Georgia, they have had record turnout, even higher than in 2020. So a real sign there of engagement in a key swing state.
Yeah, that is absolutely fascinating. And we should just remind listeners that the polls are due to close in just three or 4 minutes or so in North Carolina, as well as Ohio and West Virginia. And North Carolina, as we've been discussing, is one of those absolutely key states to watch, isn't it?
Oh, it's fascinating. 16 votes in the Electoral College there, Carol. Barack Obama, he was the last Democrat to win North Carolina. He won it in 2008. He didn't win it in 2012. It's been Republican ever since, but it's a real purple area. It has big cities. It has university towns. It has a lot of industry. It has big rural areas. It's also somewhere where the recent hurricane really badly affected mountainous areas that weren't expecting to get the flooding that they got. Asheville, North Carolina, for example. So people there, though, we've been told, have been determined to vote. They've had mobile polling stations set up for them. So it's another absolutely fascinating one, and another one where they count their votes pretty quickly. They're a lot more efficient, it seems, in the South than they are out West, where it takes them forever, particularly in California, to count their votes. So North Carolina is also somewhere, Carol, where the Trump campaign was clearly worried about shoring up the vote, because Donald Trump, the last 10 days, he's been in North Carolina pretty much every day, as well as being in Pennsylvania. So North Carolina key. Harris polling quite strongly there. It's been a toss-up, but it will be a fascinating one to see whether her apparent strength in the suburbs translates into an actual win, or whether somewhere that is a pretty conservative part of the country does stick with Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some remarks from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who is saying that Georgia could have results by around 1 o'clock. So in about half an hour's time, he's been talking to reporters and saying that by the new state law, early votes in Georgia are required to be publicly reported 1 hour after the polls close. And he's saying that you're going to get a lot of results really quick. That is from one of those key swing states of Georgia. But of course, that is one key swing state. And we'll presumably only get partial results from that. And I mean, your hunch, Laura, do you think that we are likely to see a result, let's say, by tomorrow morning at UK time? Or do you think this is going to be an election where it's going to take perhaps several days before we know who is going to be the next president of the United States?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, compared to 2020, far fewer people are voting by mail. Remember, 2020 was the middle of the pandemic, so most Americans, or many Americans, voted by mail. It takes a lot longer to count mail-in ballots, according to the laws in all the different states. This time, we've seen a lot of in-person early voting. It doesn't take long to count that vote, and we've seen a lot less mail-in voting. So I think it's possible that at 1:30 this morning, US time, which would be 6:30 in the morning in the UK, that you'll know what's happened in Georgia and in North Carolina. You may see the trend lines in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So that's 5 of the 7 key states. Arizona and Nevada are out west. That's going to take a lot longer because of the time difference. Those states are a full 8 hours behind the United Kingdom. So I do think it's possible that by the early hours of the morning US, with 5 out of the 7 swing states, we'll know which way they're going, unless it's incredibly close. And remember that if the result is within 0.5%, then campaigns have a right to ask for a recount. So if the margin of victory seems to be outside that 0.5% and we're in recount territory, yes, it could take days. So I don't know. I mean, my gut's telling you what I want to say, which is I want to wake up tomorrow morning in the US and know what's happening. But I think it's still a little bit too early to say. I think once we get if we get a Georgia result at the top of this hour, then I would imagine all swing states will behave the same way, right? The polls have been showing they're a toss-up. So if we get a clear result in Georgia, that could mean we get clear results in others.
Big ifs at the start of all of that. It's very unfair as we wait for those first results from the key swing states to start to come in. But it's been great to speak to you, Laura. Do stay with us. We'll be back with a recap of the papers here in the UK right after the very latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. In the last few minutes, polls have closed in North Carolina, Ohio and West Virginia in the US presidential election. Donald Trump is projected to win the states of Indiana and Kentucky. That would earn him 19 college votes, whereas Kamala Harris is the projected winner in the Democratic stronghold of Vermont. Exit polls in the states suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for the Democrat candidate Kamala Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election 4 years ago. Chad Connolly is a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina. Speaking to Times Radio, he said the increase in female voters is no surprise.
Here's what I kept hearing. Moms are scared for their children in the cities. Moms are scared for their kids because of the illegal immigration. It's rampant. They're concerned for the out-of-control crime.
Early exit polls also suggest the state of democracy and the economy are the most important issues for voters. 10 polling stations in Georgia had to extend their hours because of disruption from what the FBI called non-credible bomb threats. A senior FBI official has told NBC News it is also actively investigating a number of threats at polling stations in Wisconsin and Michigan. It's after police in Washington, D.C. arrested a man at the U.S. Capitol's Visitor Center. And in some breaking news, Donald Trump, not surprisingly perhaps, is projected to win West Virginia as well. Israel's Prime Minister has fired his defence minister, citing a crisis of trust between them. Benjamin Netanyahu says he's lost faith in Yoav Gallant over the management of ongoing military operations in Gaza and Lebanon. The sacking has already prompted protests on the streets of Tel Aviv. Israel Katz, who served as foreign minister, will replace him. The Prince of Wales has warned of what he calls the troubling reality the planet faces as he focused on the need to tackle illegal wildlife trade during a visit to South Africa. Prince William has been meeting young climate activists in Cape Town, where he announced a new programme of life insurance cover for rangers.
We must also recognise the people on the front lines. Rangers are fundamental if we are to meet our global conservation targets for 2030 and prevent the dangerous tipping points that threaten our planet.
The Future King's Earthshot Awards ceremony will take place in South Africa later. The Eco Prize, which is worth £1 million, will be handed out in grants to 5 groups for their climate change ideas. For a roundup of the news on demand, follow the Times News briefing on any podcast platform. Now with the sport this morning, here's Steve Forbes.
Manchester City have been humbled in the Champions League by the man taking over Manchester United next week. Ruben Amorim's Sporting Lisbon inflicted a 4-1 defeat on the Premier League champions, with former Coventry striker Victor Gyökeres bagging a hat-trick. Elsewhere, Liverpool moved top of the table with a 4-0 win over Bayer Leverkusen, while Celtic came from behind to beat RB Leipzig 3-1. And the tenure of former England Rugby Union head coach Eddie Jones is under the microscope after claims in a new book of a toxic environment during his stewardship. Former scrum half Danny Kerr accused Jones of ruling by fear and claimed everyone was terrified of him. Saracens fullback Alex Goode has told us whilst Jones got the right results, there were things he saw that weren't okay.
Especially when it was probably unnecessary. It wasn't a motivation tactic. It was more of a personal sort of spite or a malicious nature. I don't think anyone would have liked to see that.
The RFU have since said a system was in place to report concerns, but that it didn't happen. For more, head to the Times website or the app.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Welcome back to the programme throughout our midnight hour. I'm delighted to have the company of Laura Trevelyan in the US, and we are going to have our usual recap of the morning papers in just a moment. But first, taking over the baton from me at 1 o'clock in the morning, Callum McDonald to take you through the wee small hours. He joins me now. Callum, well, it's tense, isn't it?
It is tense. And this is the thing. So, the objective drama and, the political drama of what we're reporting on throughout the night is huge. Clearly, it has momentous and very serious implications. But the newsworthiness of what is happening and what is unfolding cannot be overstated, I don't think. You've already had a few calls and projections over the course of the last couple of hours. We're going to get a flurry of polls closing when we come on the air at 1 o'clock, including in Pennsylvania, the crucial swing state, of course, and a few others that we'll be keeping an eye on, including Michigan as well, after 1 o'clock. It's just, we're building, and that's what I'm saying about through the course of the night, is our job is to piece together the story as it is emerging. We might not reach the conclusion of this story over the course of tonight, but we can certainly start filling in some of the threads and some of the ways towards that conclusion. Even as we're speaking, North Carolina's too close to call. That is a crucial state for Donald Trump, and if he's even shown to be slightly struggling in North Carolina, then that could be quite indicative of a struggling night for him.
Yeah, and we've had the polls just closing in the battleground state of Georgia, and suggestions that we could get some of the early votes coming in. And what is interesting in the United States, isn't it, is that you get a few votes in from a state, and based on that, the big US networks, some of them, will then call that state.
Yeah, that's right. So the projections can be built out of crucial counties where there is a known sort of demographic or representation that therefore means in the big jigsaw puzzle of what the result is, they can then take the leap and project who is going to win that. It's worth noting, actually, just in the kind of big context of US election results, that of course there's a whole process of certifying the results from here on out. So until that point, they are all projections officially. And of course, January the 6th is now a well-known focal point for such certification processes. But yes, it gets to a tipping point. And these sorts of demographics of women and black men and college-educated and suburban women, these are all phrases that we're going to be using all night long as we build out who is supporting whom, which candidate has managed to rally the most of, piece together a coalition, if you like, of these demographics, and how do these demographics split and behind which candidates in which parts of the country. And that will begin to sort of tell us exactly how this thing is going to work out.
I should just say, we're keeping across all these projections. CNN is saying that Donald Trump appears to be on course to win back the state of Georgia, which Joe Biden won by the narrow margin of 0.23 percentage points in 2020. A CNN exit poll is showing that 54% of independent voters backed Trump, compared with 43% for Kamala Harris. I mean, this is, we should say, a projection from CNN, and clearly there's lots of ifs and buts in all of that, and we're still waiting for the actual results. Callum, just tell us some of your guests coming up in the next few hours.
So I think one thing that I'm just so thrilled about is how many of Times Radio's own and the Times correspondents will be on the programme over the next 5 hours or so. So we've got John Pienaar, who's actually, I think even now, is on a flight from Pennsylvania, where he's done his programme the last couple of days. He's on his way to Washington, D.C., so he will join us from D.C. Andrew Neil will be with us from New York City as well. Plus, we've then got the Times correspondents all across the United States, particularly and especially in those crucial swing states. So we'll hear from Arizona and Nevada and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And of course, we've managed to pin down, actually quite a lot of people who are at the various gatherings, the Trump gathering in Florida and the Harris gathering as well. We've actually got a couple of British people who are in both of them. I'm going to call them parties, but I suspect one may be slightly more celebratory than the other at some stage. So we'll be inside the room as well, where the candidates are nervously awaiting the magic 270 in the Electoral College.
And what fun that would be to be in the watch party with the presidential candidates. You and me both, I'm sure, would absolutely love to be there. Callum will be picking up the reins in less than 20 minutes now. He's got a great lineup. He's going to have some actual results. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us here on Times Radio.
Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. Start your day with Times Radio's essential morning briefing with intelligent conversation and incisive analysis from some of the most respected names in politics, culture and entertainment. Hear well-informed opinion and quality journalism on all the big stories making the headlines. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast this morning from 6 with Nationwide. A good way to bank.
Carol Walker on Times Radio.
And with me throughout our midnight hour, Laura Trevelyan, journalist, former BBC US anchor who's been there covering every twist and turn of US politics for 20 years. And this such a close race, Laura. And just remind our listeners then that the next key states that we're waiting to hear from, probably North Carolina and Georgia.
Yes, absolutely. And we should get a result, the Georgia Secretary of State said, by the top of this hour from that key swing state, one that Donald Trump narrowly lost in 2020, which he desperately wants to get back, which would be an early show of strength for him if he could win there. Polls closed in North Carolina just about 12 minutes ago. But we do actually, interestingly, Carol, have a result for the US Senate. Remember, it's not just the presidency that's up for grabs tonight, also control of the US Senate and the US House of Representatives. Republicans only need to flip 2 seats in the US Senate to gain control. They have just flipped one in West Virginia. That result was expected because Joe Manchin, an independent who caucused with the Democrats, stepped down. And now Jim Justice, formerly the governor of West Virginia, is now the new Republican senator. So that's something for Republicans to cheer about. They just need to flip one more Senate seat. They've got their eyes on one in Montana, where there's an endangered Democrat, John Tester. They're hoping to win that seat too. So interesting results. And I would say also, Carol, that Florida, they're counting their votes very quickly there. Now, that has become a Donald Trump stronghold. Of course, he lives in Mar-a-Lago in the state. But with 75% of the vote in Florida, Donald Trump is leading by 9 points. And that's before you count the very heavily conservative panhandle. So signs of strength for him there in Florida.
Let me just bring you a line emerging from NBC News saying that most voters are concerned about post-election violence. This is according to an early exit poll by NBC News. A lot of unease, obviously, after the attack on the Capitol on the 6th of January 2021. An early exit poll by NBC showing 71% of voters now concerned about post-election violence this year. We have seen a lot of security precautions being taken. Now, in a sense, the authorities are perhaps a bit better prepared than they were in the last presidential election. But certainly, I think the other feature that we've seen since then is, if anything, US society is more divided than ever, Laura.
Yes, it absolutely is. And Donald Trump's closing argument to anyone who was watching any of his rallies was, if we lose, it will be because the other side has cheated. So he's most certainly been sowing this idea that should he lose tonight, it won't be because the votes weren't counted, that won't because his supporters didn't turn out. It'll be because there was some impropriety in what happened. So, yeah, there's definitely huge anxiety. Pretty much every American that you speak to is concerned about what happens next. But the good news, though, Carol, is that until this point, which is 7:45 in the evening on the East Coast in America, The election has gone very well, with very few problems reported, with very long lines, a lot of enthusiasm for democracy, but without some of the tension that we saw in 2020 when there were reports of people with guns outside polling stations. We haven't seen any of that, at least not so far tonight. So that is a good sign and perhaps reassuring. Donald Trump has said he'll accept the election result if it's fair, a bit of a coda there. But I think one of the things that I'm really watching for tonight is whether he does what he did in 2020, which is in the early hours of the morning, when it was still in flux, votes were still being counted, he declared that he was the victor, which again mobilized his supporters to feel that something, that he'd won and that the authorities weren't telling them the truth when they said that vote counting was still going on. So will we see a repeat of that tonight? There's so much still to come and still to unfold. And at the top of this hour, the polls close in the key states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. Those are states that Kamala Harris has to win if she is to stand any chance of becoming the next president. Donald Trump really wanting to block her by winning back Pennsylvania.
A little later than usual on the programme. Let's just bring you our recap of the papers in the morning. The Times on its front page. World awaits America's fate. Trump. US will go to hell if Harris wins. He vows to accept the result if it's a fair election. And there's pictures there of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. The Times also reports that farmers plan to disrupt the food chain in protest at inheritance tax. The Daily Telegraph. Inheritance tax raid puts food security at risk, the paper says. And the Telegraph reports Russia behind bomb threats as US goes to the polls. The Telegraph also on its front page reporting Netanyahu, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, sacking his defence chief in a dispute over the direction of the war. The Guardian, hope and fear. Kamala Harris taking a call in Washington on the last day of campaigning in the US election. A picture there. The Daily Mail, Tinderbox America on a knife edge. The Financial Times, America decides, high-stakes race ends, Harris and Trump both sense victory, the paper says. The Metro, new Trump v. Harris drama, meltdown, the paper says, result on a knife edge. The Eye, America votes for its future and braces for election unrest. The Daily Express, turning to the economy here in the UK, house prices to rise £84,000 in 5 years, though it does also have a picture of Donald Trump with one of his MAGA caps on. America's 10th day of election reckoning. The Mirror, pray for victory, brace for chaos. US election, Harris history hope, but fears Trump will raise more hell. The Sun focuses on I'm a Celebrity exclusive. Colleen, get me out of trials. This is the news that Colleen Rooney could be ruled out of a string of I'm a Celebrity trials. And even the Daily Star is focusing on the US election tonight. Bigly trouble is its main headline. I just wanted to pick up, Laura, on that headline in the Times, the world awaits America's fate. And in a sense, that is true, isn't it? Because American foreign policy, what it does, how it approaches its allies, its opponents, and those conflicts around the world are going to be really huge.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's just such a fascinating and insightful headline. And nowhere, by the way, is the result of the election being watched more closely than in Ukraine, because that is where you would see the starkest difference if there were to be another Trump presidency. Donald Trump has made it clear that he thinks far too much American money has been spent on arms for Ukraine, that it's time to wrap up this conflict. He said that he would be able to bring about a deal within a day. And because of his known sympathies, really, for President Putin, someone who was accused of interfering in the 2016 election on behalf of Donald Trump, the Ukrainians and indeed Democrats in the US and Republicans who support Ukraine are very concerned about what a Trump presidency would mean for that war. You also have the Middle East. It's very well known that Donald Trump is quite supportive of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he wasn't pleased that he recognized the victory of Joe Biden in 2020. So he will be a staunch ally of Israel, an uncritical one. Perhaps Israel might feel it had an even freer hand to expand the war into Lebanon than it does have at the moment.
Okay.
And tariffs too, Carol. So much, yes, hanging on this.
Laura, so much to discuss on that. But before I hand over to Callum MacDonald, we're going to have our usual view from here. And tonight we're in Scotland, where a survey has found that more Scots support Donald Trump in the US election than in any other nation in Europe. I spoke to John Boothman, the Sunday Times Scottish political correspondent, and I asked him whether he was surprised at the findings.
In some ways, maybe we shouldn't be. The political parties like to go out there and tell us that Scotland's a much more progressive country than the rest of the UK. Though I wouldn't say that particularly in the context of, bits of Western Europe, to be fair. But you have to remember, I think, two things. One, that Trump's invested an awful lot of money in Scotland. He owns 2 golf courses. One, the world famous Turnberry golf course, where the Open Championship's been played on a number of occasions, and that is actually set in a beautiful part of Ayrshire where, it provides a lot of employment. The other golf course in the northeast in Aberdeenshire is the same. It's an absolutely fantastic venue. It brings in thousands of tourists, the whole golf thing, to Scotland and to these 2 golf courses. He's got plans for another one next year. There's 600 people employed in these golf courses. Millions of pounds, I think, have been spent in actually doing them up. The Turnberry Hotel, where the Turnberry golf course is just a really incredible hotel and in the most picturesque of places. So, there's that whole aspect. The other bit of it, of course, is that, we all know this, that, Trump, he's half Scottish. I always joke with my friends and colleagues in the SNP that I know. I say to them, in an independent Scotland, Trump would be entitled to be a citizen in the country. And, last week, in fact, I asked John Swinney in a big press huddle whether he would recommend in the American elections support for the Scotsman or the other person. Now, of course, he said that he would recommend support for Kamala Harris, not just because Trump had said that he was against independence. So, in a funny kind of way, Trump's mother, as we know, comes from Tongue in the Isle of Lewis. She emigrated in the early 1930s, met Fred Trump in New York and got married. In a funny kind of way, you can understand why some people would support Donald Trump because of the links that he's got with Scotland.
And Donald Trump is very proud of the fact that his mother is Scottish. But we shouldn't get too carried away with this idea of the enormous enthusiasm for Donald Trump in Scotland. It is only 25% in this survey that suggest that they'd rather he won the election tonight.
I think if you look at the other half of that equation, you'll find that 56% were in favour of Kamala Harris to win the election. So, yeah, it's a bit of springs and roundabouts. But as you rightly point out, it is the case that that's the highest in Western Europe in this Norstat poll that was carried out. The Italians were close behind the Scots on 24%. Now, Italy's got some interesting politics, certainly of the right at the moment. 17% of Spaniards back Trump, only 15% in France. But in some of those more progressive countries, you might argue, or at least people with that progressive reputation, in Sweden 13% and 7% in Denmark. So I just think these things, it's a bit of a laugh, these surveys, but they're nevertheless interesting. They throw up some interesting things. It's worth saying, Carol, that the Trump organisation in Scotland, who of course own that great hotel and these two fantastic golf courses, and more investment, as I say, coming to a second golf course in the northeast next year. They were not happy at all at John Swinney saying that he would support Kamala Harris and recommend support for Kamala Harris in the election. They said that, it was a bit of an insult to Trump given he's invested so much money in Scotland.
We should also just mention that, of course, that new golf course has been the focus of quite a bit of controversy, hasn't it? Quite a lot of local people not at all happy about that big development there.
In the Aberdeenshire golf course in particular. Now, I've actually been there. It was the most incredible time when I remember going. I think it was, in fact, I'll tell you when it was. It was just after the Brexit referendum. You landed in a big helicopter. There was a Keystone Cops type chase around the golf course. About 20 golf carts, spruced up ones with Donald Trump and his entourage. This was before, of course, he was the president. He'd just got his security detail before that 2016 election. They drove around the golf course, followed by 20 other golf carts with assorted journalists in it. And he stopped 3 times on the course and gave impromptu press conferences. I'd never seen anything like it, frankly, in my life.
And just finally, we're all, of course, gripped with this election. We are awaiting the first results to come in later on tonight. Given that survey and Donald Trump's Scottish roots, are many voters there in Scotland going to be watching this incredibly important election?
Look, I think there's huge interest in this. There's as much interest in this as we had, frankly, in the budget last week, because the implications of whoever wins, and that's whoever wins, are going to be important for the UK, they're going to be important for Europe, and they're going to be important for everybody in the world.
Well, that was John Boothman speaking to me just a little earlier. Laura Trevelyan, it's been great to have you with us for the past hour of the programme. Are you off to a swanky watch party now, or is it wait, because it could be that watch party might need to go on for several days?
No, a swanky watch party with my dog, husband and middle son. That's how swanky it's going to be here. An exciting night ahead.
Laura, thank you so much. It's been great to have you with us for the last hour of the programme. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, Carol.
Just let me remind you that we are now just approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. Callum MacDonald is gearing up to take over. We are expecting at the top of the hour a whole swathe of US states. We're going to see the polls closing there. That is going to include North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and we are awaiting results in Georgia. So within the next few minutes, we should have some more fascinating results, or at least indications, coming in. So far, we've got the polls in a handful of states closed, including North Carolina and Georgia. Harris and Trump have picked up early wins in some eastern states, while voters in the west of the US are still queuing up to vote. Don't go anywhere. Callum MacDonald is about to take over the reins. Time for me to say a huge thank you to my producer tonight, Lauren Eales, the assistant producer, Michael Routledge, and Hannah Quinn, and one and only technical operator, Ryan Brannigan. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the evening. We could still be waiting for a result, but don't go anywhere. Stay with us for the special US election results show hosted by Callum MacDonald.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. News, national, international, and full coverage of the race to the White House. This is Times Radio.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good morning to you. Callum MacDonald is about to take over the reins with Times Radio's special US election results show. He's going to be taking you right through until 6 o'clock in the morning. He'll be with you right after the latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Carol, thank you. Good morning. Polls have closed in the key swing state of Georgia after Kamala Harris and Donald Trump picked up their first early wins. Trump is projected by US networks to win Indiana, West Virginia and Kentucky. Harris, meanwhile, is expected to secure the Democratic stronghold of Vermont. In the last half hour, polls have also closed in North Carolina and in Ohio. Exit polls, meanwhile, suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for Vice President Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election of 4 years ago. Harris could also benefit from an exit poll that found voters think the state of democracy is the most important issue at this election. John Loubitillier is a former Republican congressman. Speaking to Times Radio, he said that's a reassuring finding.
After January 6th and after what happened in 2020 and 2021, there's been a big focus on would that happen again this time? And I hope that both parties don't want it to happen again. I hope that we're going to have a decision on who won this thing and an acceptance by the loser that he or she won and move on.
Immigration was named as a key issue for older Americans, while abortion rights mattered to younger women. This Harris supporter in Georgia highlighted her biggest concerns.
Healthcare, like the abortions and things of that nature. And, I just really feel that people believe in her vision.
Donald Trump says he's confident he'll secure a return to the White House as the 47th president of the United States. Speaking to Times Radio, Chad Connolly, a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina, said he was feeling confident about Trump's chances.
The early vote numbers are significant. Democrats have underperformed in the early vote. And let's face it, our side told people for a long time, don't go early vote. But to be neck and neck in North Carolina, to win 14 out of 14 days in Nevada, to only have a deficit of about 383,000 early votes in Pennsylvania, when just 4 years ago it was about 1,000,003, those are significant numbers.
And in the last few moments, Donald Trump has been projected to win the state of Florida, according to US networks. Several polling stations in Georgia had to extend their hours because of disruption from what the FBI called non-credible bomb threats. Police in DeKalb County, which voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden in 2020, have been conducting bomb sweeps at 7 more sites. Voting had to be extended at 5 polling sites in Fulton County. A senior FBI official has told NBC News it is actively investigated a number of threats at polling stations in Wisconsin and Michigan. It's after police in Washington, D.C. arrested a man at the US Capitol's visitor centre. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired Yoav Gallant, his defence minister, saying that trust between the pair had broken down. Netanyahu said that significant differences in strategy had developed between him and Gallant, the most vocal government minister pushing for a ceasefire agreement to release Israeli hostages in Gaza. He'll be replaced by Israel Katz, the country's foreign minister. Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month, demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesman for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. Last week, the government announced that £1.8 billion has been set aside for compensation payments. There's a warning that millions of households in the UK are living on the edge and struggling with debt. The Money and Pension Service says more than 8 million people sought advice last year and is urging anyone in difficulty to reach out. It's also dismissed a common myth about how speaking to an advisor affects your credit rating. Simon Trevethik is from the Step Change Debt Charity.
The average person who contacts Step Change does so a year after they fall into crisis. And that's an entire year where debts can be stacking up, where your mental health can become really affected, where you're losing sleep, where your relationships with family and friends might be suffering.
The Queen has been forced to withdraw from her engagements this week because of a chest infection. She was scheduled to attend the opening of the Field of Remembrance at Westminster Abbey tomorrow, but will now be represented by the Duchess of Gloucester. And Manchester City have suffered a third successive defeat in as many different competitions, this time with a 4-1 loss at Sporting Club in the Champions League. Their manager Ruben Amorim is about to take over at City's rivals Manchester United. Liverpool beat the German champions Bayer Leverkusen 4-0 to extend their perfect start to their European campaign to 4 matches, and Celtic beat RB Leipzig by 3-1. A reminder then of the breaking news in Florida. Donald Trump is projected to win the Sunshine State. That's according to US networks. More headlines in half an hour, now on Times Radio. Listen live as America decides.
Live from the News Building London, New York and Pennsylvania.
As I was saying,
Trump v. Harris.
Good evening, America!
America decides. US election night 2024.
This is our time, America.
With Callum MacDonald on Times Radio.
Good morning from London, good evening to you in the United States, and good afternoon if you're somewhere else in the world. Welcome to one of the most consequential elections of our lifetimes. Over the coming hours and days, we're reporting on the outcome of the US presidential election, which has been too close to call for weeks. To some extent, both of the candidates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, are incumbent. A former president has won a non-consecutive term once in 234 years. It was Grover Cleveland in 1893. A sitting vice president has won once in 188 years. That was George H.W. Bush in 1988. History will be made in this election as we report it live on Times Radio.
And I'm Daryl Morris. As those results trickle in, I'll piece the numbers together for us to try to figure out what exactly they tell us. I'll be watching for the reaction as well from America and beyond. And we'll have our eye on who is stacking up electoral college votes and where. Remember, there are 538 up for grabs. Harris and Trump need that magic figure, 270 to win.
And who knows if we'll reach 270 tonight or not. It could be days. In theory, it could actually be weeks before we have a result of this election. Harris and Trump's paths to the White House will depend on victory in the swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. All night long on Times Radio, we're in pursuit of the stories that emerge from across the USA.
This is Times Radio's Andrew Neil. Our report live and analyse results from New York City throughout the night.
I'm John Pienaar, and I'll be coming with you live from Washington, D.C., the capital of the Union, as the results come in.
Our reporters from The Times have scattered across the US to report from the states whose electoral college votes will determine the outcome of the presidential election.
I'm Fiona Hamilton, and I'll be reporting live from Atlanta, watching the results come in from one of the main Republican parties. The election is tightly contested in Georgia. It's a crucial swing state that came down to the wire in 2020 when Joe Biden narrowly beat Donald Trump by just under 12,000 votes.
I'm Aubrey Allegretti, and I'll be watching the results come in from Phoenix in Arizona. I'll be covering all the action in this traditionally Republican state Joe Biden won in 2020 as Trump and Harris vie for Arizona's 11 electoral college votes on the path to the presidency.
I'm Kieran Southern, and I'll be reporting live from Nevada, watching the results come in from the Las Vegas Strip, which is part of the biggest county in Nevada, which will ultimately decide who wins the state.
I'm Tom Newton-Dunn, the Times' special correspondent for the US election, and I'm reporting from the Democrats' official watch party in Raleigh, North Carolina. And that's one of the key 7 swing states with the second biggest number of electoral votes up for grabs tonight.
I'm Alistair Dorber, Washington correspondent of The Times in Allentown,
Middletown, Pennsylvania, at the heart of where this election may well be decided. Pennsylvania is possibly the tightest state in the country.
And while you listen to the brilliant Times reporters, you can also read their reporting entirely for free. The paywall on thetimes.com has been turned off, so it's completely free for you right now. Head online for the most comprehensive information. Of course, throughout the night, we've also got American expats covered.
I'm Rosie Wright, and I'll be spending the night hopping between watch parties across London, where Americans in the UK will be watching, eagerly anticipating, potentially dreading the results from across the pond.
So then we've a candidate who's only been in the running for a few months, another who was nearly killed during the campaign, and perhaps the story of the night will be on turnout. Have the candidates effectively mobilised their core voters? It's been decades since the polls have shown the nation facing a presidential race that is so close across so many states. You're here with us. You are very welcome as we witness, as we absorb, and as we analyse history together. All night long on Times Radio, we, with you, get to write what's sure to be only the first page of this chapter in the story of the United States and the world.
US Election Night 2024 on Times Radio.
So good morning. We are so glad to have you with us on Times Radio, and you can watch us. Our full broadcast is live for you on YouTube right now. Search for Times Radio's channel. You can join the chat there and leave your comments, or of course you can WhatsApp us for free from anywhere in the world. You get straight through to the studio. The number is 0333 003 2353. So then, the story will be told from across the US and the UK on Times Radio with reporters and correspondents from the Times. And here with me in London all night, Times Radio's Daryl Morris. Thank goodness for that.
Hello there. Good evening.
It's so good to have you here, Daryl. Right, where have polls closed so far? What are the exit polls telling us? Just set the scene.
Yeah, we've just had a slew of polls closing. We've now got 26 states, so that's just over half of all of them, including the swing states of Georgia. There was a slight delay there because of some security problems. North Carolina, and literally just in the last few minutes, Pennsylvania. So they're going to be particularly important. Lots of counting ahead, but we're going to be able to mine some of the early data, some of the early numbers that we get from these states to give us a bit of an indication of how it's going. We've also had exit polls. They roll across the country, exit polls, as those actual polls close. They're not the same as exit polls in the UK. They paint a picture instead of sort of voter opinions, their motivations, a breakdown of turnout by age and gender and things that sort of help us understand some of the early signs. The states of democracy, 35%. That comes out on top of some of those early exit polls in terms of the reason that people have voted in this election, followed by the economy, abortion, immigration and foreign policy. Also, just interesting turnout on the gender divide as well. Females 53%, males 47%, according to some of those early exit polls from Edison. We'll come back to some of the details of those and why they matter.
Yeah, there's lots to unpack over the course of the evening. And we are talking, of course, all night long about the Electoral College. So there's 538 votes available. The first candidate to get to 270 wins. And as we come on air this morning in the UK, the Times website currently has Donald Trump on 95 in the Electoral College and Kamala Harris on 35.
Yeah, that's right. So 270 is that magic numbers. Some places are relatively safe. California, New York, for example, safe blue states. Wyoming, West Virginia, North Dakota, safe red states. That leaves us with 7 swing states, 94 votes. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and most importantly of all, probably, Pennsylvania. Those are the ones that you need to watch. Those are how Trump and Harris both piece together a path to the White House.
It's really fascinating, and there's so much riding on the 7 swing states. I suppose we should ask at this point as well whether a tie is theoretically possible.
Yes.
What happens in that?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Callum, or not. Technically, yes. So there are an even number of college votes up for grabs. 538 is an even number, and so therefore it is technically possible that both candidates could get 269 each. There's some very unlikely scenarios involving district-awarded electoral college votes. Nebraska, for example, gives state votes and district votes. So there's some really complicated scenarios in which that could technically happen, yes. If it does happen, this is where it does actually get quite interesting. The decision is passed to the House of Representatives. So the 435 congressmen and women who make up that from all 50 states then get to decide who the president will be. They vote in blocks as well, by the way, so it would be 20, it would be sort of across 50 votes. The vice president is actually then chosen by the Senate. So you could theoretically end up with a situation, I mean, we're way down the track here, but you could end up with a situation where you have a different president and vice president from two different parties. That wouldn't happen until January, and by gosh, are we hoping it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah, well, that would be ultimate chaos. And then the other part of the night, I think, Daryl, that we need to chat about right now is the demographics, the groups to keep an eye on throughout the night.
Yeah.
And these may differ from state to state, but these are the people who have the power in their hands, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And look, the swing states are the ones that it's worth us really thinking about. So we're looking at Georgia. We're going to get some early results from Georgia, actually, pretty soon, I think. We're looking at Atlanta, that area. That accounts for about 40% of the vote in Georgia. Biden won those counties by a really decent margin in 2020. Has Kamala Harris held or improved in those areas? North Carolina, we're looking at eastern North Carolina, where the Democrats are looking to do quite well amongst black voters. We're going to talk about demographics and even races as homogenous blocks. It is sometimes complicated, difficult, sometimes even a bit insulting to do that, but it does help us to piece together the story of the night. And in Pennsylvania, let's talk about that just very briefly, because we're looking for Philadelphia. The Democrats want big numbers in that stronghold. And does the controversy at Madison Square Garden around insults to Puerto Rico, does that hurt Trump with what is a not insignificant Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania? That could make all the difference in a state that will matter for who gets to the White House and could have tens of thousands of votes in it.
Really fascinating. Lots of themes to unpack then, and these are some of the things to listen out for, to look out for as we report the story with you on Times Radio tonight. One of the patterns so far is Donald Trump doing better in kind of rural areas and Kamala Harris doing performing relatively strongly in the suburbs. Whether that plays out across the crucial swing states consistently, of course, remains to be seen. Right, I want at this point then to talk about Pennsylvania, one of three blue wall swing states that went narrowly for Trump in 2016 after almost 30 years of voting for Democratic presidential candidates. 4 years after that, 2020, Joe Biden won it back for the Democrats with a margin of about 80,000 votes out of more than 6.9 million that were cast. It is arguably the most crucial of the swing states this evening. Polls closed there about 16 minutes ago. Let's speak to journalist Sarah Baxter, who joins us from Philadelphia. Hello, Sarah.
Yes, hello.
How are things looking there? Obviously, we are minutes after polls have closed, but just put it into context for us. Pennsylvania, its significance, and yes, any early indications?
Okay, well, its significance is it is the big one. It's got 19 electoral college votes. That's more than any other swing state. And at the moment, the Democrats are feeling better about Pennsylvania than they are about some other states, frankly. That's really based on turnout. They think there's been a huge turnout in Philadelphia. That's a huge city. And right now they're performing slightly above Joe Biden in Allegheny County, although that's early days. Some of that vote's being counted. Allegheny County is Pittsburgh. And but Pennsylvania has often been described as Philadelphia and Pittsburgh with Alabama in between, i.e., you know, lots of rural counties in between that are very, very solidly Republican. And if there's one thing we're seeing tonight, it's what you mentioned, which is the rural counties going even more for Trump than they used to be, and very possibly suburbs, particularly around in Pennsylvania, going more for Harris. But, you know, you mentioned the Puerto Rican vote. I mean, Florida, there are a lot of Puerto Ricans in Florida, and that seems to be well in the Trump camp tonight. Yeah. So states are voting in different directions. Georgia's looking quite tough at the moment for Harris. North Carolina, similar-ish state, looking a bit better for her. There are the suburbs in Virginia aren't looking as good for Harris as they did for Biden. You know, these are such early days. But maybe we are seeing just more polarization again in America. You know, we've talked a lot about the gender gap. Now we're talking about urban v rural, suburban v rural. Is America pulling in different directions? It may be.
Yeah, fascinating. It's fascinating to consider. Just focusing on Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Talk to us a little about the significance of the blue wall as well in this election, Sarah. And I suppose the determining factors in how states within this blue wall may vote. What can swing it? What will be decisive?
Yes. Okay. So Pennsylvania used to be solidly Democrat, as you mentioned, because it was a very working class industrial state. But a lot of that industry left. And what remains is it often feels a bit under siege. So the story of the 2016 election was, did Democrats lose track of the working class? But on the other hand, Pennsylvania has an enormous number of suburbs and cities that are still pro-Democrat. That's why it's on such a knife edge. Now, the other two blue wall states are Michigan and Wisconsin. Michigan has been looking pretty good in the polls for Kamala Harris, but there is a substantial Arab community, Muslim community in Michigan, which is not happy with Kamala Harris, and there have been some indications of it breaking for Trump. Now, that we know that the Muslim vote over Gaza upset quite a lot of Labour politicians at the British elections. So we'll have to see how that goes. But they're big auto worker plants, the car factories, they're all in Michigan. And they're not by any means all for Harris in the way that they used to be solidly Democrat. So Michigan is very much in play. Then you have Wisconsin. So Wisconsin has its own character all over again, which is that it has some big urban areas which vote Democrat, but it has huge swathes of rural voters. So again, if we see this contrast between rural and urban, it could go either way. It was looking pretty good for the Democrats early in Harris's campaign when she first emerged as the candidate. It feels like it's been slipping slightly away, getting a lot tighter. So again, we can't tell. And really, I mean, if Harris wins all three blue wall states, that's it. She doesn't need Georgia. She doesn't need any Sunbelt state whatsoever. She's pretty much won, unless there's some amazing surprises on the map.
Yes, indeed. Sarah, I'm just going to jump in just because we will come back to you later on in the programme. And I think that is the perfect kind of scene setting from Sarah Baxter right now. I wonder, as we get underway then, what words you would use to describe how you're feeling about this. Is it nervous, excited, tense, whatever? Send me some adjectives. The WhatsApp number is 0333 003 2353. We are reporting from right across the United States this evening as we follow the story of the presidential election. Live then to New York City and Times Radio's Andrew Neil. Andrew, good morning from us. Good evening to you.
Good morning to you.
It's great to speak to you. So then, what is your take on where things stand? Clearly, it's early in the night. We're keeping an eye on these 7 swing states. At the last 2 elections, the winning candidate, Donald Trump in 2016 and Joe Biden in 2020, won 6 of the 7 swing states in this year's election. Do you think either candidate is going to have that much of a sweep this time?
Well, let me put it this way. When I checked in with the Trump and the Biden campaigns this afternoon, the Harris campaign, the Harris campaign was upbeat. It was actually quite confident, whereas the Trump campaign at the very top was actually quite downbeat. It was beginning to wonder if things are going to go wrong. In fact, one senior Trump advisor said, Harris is probably drinking the champagne already. So that was the mood as we went into the results coming out tonight. Harris more confident than Trump about the result. But it hasn't started that way. It started better for Trump than it has for Harris. Now, I emphasize the verb started because it's early days yet. We're a long way from the finish line. But let me give you 2 examples. Florida. Florida used to be a swing state. It's not anymore. It's a red state. Mr. Trump won Florida by just over 3 points in 2020. It looks like he's going to win it by 10 or 11 points in 2024. That's a big increase. And that's a sign that that could carry through into the swing states. He has momentum in Florida. He won Miami-Dade, which is the big southern part of Florida. So that's a plus for him. And I always thought that if he won Florida by 5 or 6, that would be quite good for Harris on the night. If he won it by 10 or more, that would be good for Trump on the night. So Florida is a sign that the night has started better for Trump than even his own people thought. Then we move to Georgia. The big important story of the night so far that's come out is the CNN exit poll, which shows a substantial swing of independents to Trump, a surprising swing of independents to Trump, and also a bigger swing of black men to Trump than Biden got, than he got in 2020. So things are beginning to look quite good for Trump too. Now, he's well ahead from those votes that have been counted, but I caution here, there is a blue wave that comes into Georgia when Fulton County and Atlanta and the cities, they count later, they're a bit slower, and they're much more Democratic. So he hasn't got Georgia in the bag by any means, but I would say at the moment that he's edging Georgia. And whereas Harris can afford to lose Georgia and still win, Trump cannot win without winning Georgia.
In terms of how the campaigns have played out then, Andrew, when we're talking there about independents, a substantial swing of independents to Trump and a swing of black men to Trump as well, what is that down to? Is it possible to unpack that?
I think it's down to Kamala Harris's lack of appeal among both demographics, particularly black men. I mean, we know from her off-mic remarks that she recognizes she has a problem with men in general, just as Trump has a problem with women. Too. And the turnout of men and women could be one of the deciding factors in this tonight. But she has a problem with men, particularly black men. And it doesn't seem that, I mean, it is to me quite surprising the size of the swing of independents, because I don't really see anything that Trump has done in the final days of the campaign to try and woo independents. You know, his language is still been outrageous as ever. But I think she's failed to gel with independents, even though she's a more moderate candidate than he is. And that is working to Donald Trump's advantage. Now, I say again, we're just at the start of the night, but I would think that the Trump campaign now is beginning to say to itself, hey, we're back in the race here. We're in with a shout. Not a done deal yet, but it is looking a bit better than we thought it would be.
Yeah. Just to mention then a couple of projections, just as we're talking, that South Carolina's projected for Donald Trump. Also Oklahoma being projected for Donald Trump. And the news,
no surprise.
Yes, and in news that will surprise no one, Washington, D.C. is projected for Kamala Harris.
Double no surprise.
Yeah, exactly. I was also just going to feed this to you as well, Andrew. This preliminary exit poll in Pennsylvania via CNN. White college men, Harris 55, Trump 44. Suburban women, Harris 56, Trump 43. Independent, Trump 50, Harris 44. And white women, Trump 50, Harris 48. Which I think are some quite interesting numbers in there.
Yeah, then actually I'm surprised they're not better for Harris. That she's not doing better among women. I mean, one of the things that makes this a difficult election to predict is differential turnout. We know that Trump does way better with men than Harris, and that Harris does way better with women than Trump. What we don't know yet is what the exit polls have been very bad at actually giving us the turnout. You know, are a lot more women than men turning out? Because if they are, Harris could win. But if a lot more men than women are turning out, or it's even Stevens, then Trump looks more likely to be the winner there. We know that black men have started to lean more to Trump than they did in 2020. But what is the turnout of black men? Is it enough to make a difference? And one of the things we've not heard enough about yet, because there are a lot more of them, is Hispanics. We've seen signs before that Hispanics were being, particularly Hispanic men, were leaning Trump's way too. They didn't like the open border policies of Biden-Harris. They quite liked a lot of the things Trump was saying. And we don't yet know how that vote has split. And that will be key in Pennsylvania, because you're only talking about several thousand votes. And it does come down, I think, if Mr. Trump has got Georgia, which at the moment I would say he's edging it, I don't know higher than that, but if he's got that and he perhaps takes North Carolina too, he still needs to take Pennsylvania. Whereas if Harris takes Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, it doesn't matter what Trump does in the rest of the country, she's won.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Great to speak to you, and we will catch up a little bit later on in the night as well. That is Andrew Neil in New York City. Thanks for your time.
Live from the News Building, London, Trump v. Harris. America Decides. US Election Night 2024 with Callum MacDonald on Times Radio.
Right, projections are trickling in, actually. Daryl, what have we got?
Yeah, I just want to take you to Georgia, actually, because as Andrew was kind of outlining there, Donald Trump doing well amongst independents in Georgia, breaking away from backing Biden in 2020 and appearing to come behind Donald Trump. What's really important then for Kamala Harris is how well does she do in Atlanta, where they stack up blue votes? There will be, I mean, he's doing well at the moment in Georgia, but there will be a blue wave. What does that blue wave look like? I just want to take you to Fulton County in Georgia, where we're only at 70% counted at the moment, so take this with a really heavy pinch of salt. But at the moment, Kamala Harris carrying 71% of the share there, or 72 to round up. Donald Trump, 27.7% of the vote, so 28 to round up. And just to give you the context of that, that is, for Donald Trump, marginally better than the 26 he achieved in 2020. So that looks as though, that doesn't look to me as though there is a massive swell of support for Kamala Harris in Fulton County. She's going to carry it, of course. It'll be a clear victory for her there. But she needs to find some more votes there from that from Atlanta, where she stacks them up. 70% counted, so of course, massive pinch of salt there. But at the moment, she would perhaps like to be doing better.
Yeah, fascinating there. Just to mention that Arkansas has just closed. Polls have just closed in Arkansas. More polls to close in about half an hour from now. Let's bring in David Schultz to the conversation, who has literally written the book on presidential swing states. David, great to speak to you. Welcome to the programme.
Thank you very much for having me tonight.
It's so good to have you on. So then, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about these 7 swing states tonight. What is your early analysis of how things are looking in the different swing states? And shall we start with, perhaps, Georgia, that Daryl was just talking about?
Well, Georgia, of course, is for all the states at this point, my first answer is going to be it's too soon to tell, but certain, which is a good answer. But at this point, it does look like things are going a little bit better for Trump than we thought. But remember, when we look at the most recent polls here, that Trump was not surprisingly doing better in Arizona and in Georgia than he was in, let's say, North Carolina or the Blue Wall states. So there's no surprises here right now in terms of what I think is actually happening in Georgia. And absolutely correct. By the time the night is over, Harris, if she's going to win the state, really needs to do dramatically better, both in Fulton County and in places like around Athens, Georgia, where you have a big population of college students. And so what I'm looking to see is the sense in which how heavy is the turnout among female voters and how heavy is the turnout among college voters. And we still don't have that picture yet.
Okay. In terms of the other states that we're keeping an eye on, so Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes there, about 8% of the vote counted at this point. What are you taking from Pennsylvania at the moment? What can we get from the data that's available?
Well, again, same thing here is that right now with 8%, we still don't have enough to really discern any kind of trends in terms of patterns here. But again, Allegheny County is looking fairly good for Harris at this point, at least the last update that I saw. Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, she needs to do very, very well there, plus along in Philadelphia, which she knows she's going to do very well in. And so at this point, I would say Allegheny County, I would like to know more about the suburban areas around it, as well as obviously Pittsburgh proper. But right now, again, just too soon to tell. And remember, there's over 2 million ballots that are mail-in or absentee or early voting in Pennsylvania. This is going to be a state that I don't think we're going to know the results tonight. But I will go out on a limb and say, if she, by the end of tonight, is tied or ahead in Pennsylvania, that's going to be a good sign for her, because when all the extra ballots come in, they're going to be for her.
Yeah. In terms of the routes to the White House through the swing states for each candidate, David, I mean, how many combinations are we really talking about here? Crucially, what do we need to listen out for and look out for by way of results?
Yeah, the most likely combination for Harris is going to be the 3 blue wall states plus Omaha, Nebraska, because Nebraska splits its electoral votes. So she's got to hold all her safe states, win those 3 blue walls, win Omaha. She gets exactly 270. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, then she's got to pull off a North Carolina and a Georgia, or a North Carolina and, let us say, an Arizona or a Nevada, which becomes much more complicated for her. So her most likely scenario is that path, through, let's say, the northern part of the United States plus Nebraska. For Trump, I think he's got a couple of more combinations that he can work with at this point. But I'd say for both of them, the math gets more difficult if either of them doesn't win Pennsylvania. And I'm going to even say that if Trump doesn't win North Carolina, even if he wins Pennsylvania, his math is a little bit more complicated. So those are the 2 states, North Carolina and Pennsylvania, that I'm especially looking at in terms of states that have already closed at this point and we're starting to get results on.
Really good to speak to you, David. Always appreciate your clarity. Thanks for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. That's David Schultz, the author of Presidential Swing State. So then, North Carolina and Pennsylvania are the ones to listen out for. Very early in the night, really, to be giving you too much from either of these. In other sort of projections, just to mention, Donald Trump projected to win Florida with about 56% of the vote for Donald Trump in Florida.
You know, Florida used to be a swing state. I mean, it was,
back in the day.
It was in play for the Democrats, and it's extraordinary how the Republicans, Donald Trump in particular, actually has churned that into a really safe place for him. Yeah,
well, indeed, he's at Mar-a-Lago right now. I believe with Elon Musk.
Apparently so. What a party to be in that room, eh?
Imagine. 2 prolific tweeters in the same room. Odd. Right, we will catch you up with the latest projections, with the latest numbers as well. This is Times Radio's US presidential election programme. Thank you very much for being with us. It's 1:36.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Let's get the latest news. Here's Rob Malarkey.
Callum, thank you. Good morning. Donald Trump is projected to win the state of Florida, underlining its status as a Republican stronghold. 24 years ago, a few hundred votes in Florida delivered the presidency to the Republican George W. Bush at the expense of Al Gore. Trump has already claimed projected victories in several states, including the Republican strongholds of Indiana, Kentucky and West Virginia. Kamala Harris is the projected winner in the Democratic stronghold of Vermont and the eastern states of Massachusetts, Maryland and Delaware. Early exit polls also suggest the state of democracy is among the most important issues for voters in the election. CBS also says this is the first time in the network's history that the exit poll has asked voters about the prospect of violence after the result has been announced. Chad Connolly is a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina.
The only person I've heard say out loud that they would not accept the results was Jamie Raskin, a congressman. He said Donald Trump will never step foot in the White House. We'll make sure of it in the United States Congress. Now, I don't think he can do that, but actually he is the only one who's made that kind of threat public. I haven't heard anybody in the Trump team or Trump himself say anything of the like.
And Trump said he would not challenge the result of the election as long as it was fair. Exit polls also suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for Vice President Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election 4 years ago. And polls have just closed in Arkansas, the home state of former President Bill Clinton, and a state that Trump is projected to win. You can hear more from our Times experts and correspondents in the World in 10 podcast. Just search for it on your favourite podcast platform.
Thanks so much, Rob. Lovely stuff. Right, coming up then, in about 20 minutes from now, we are looking ahead to polls closing in some of these crucial states that we're talking about, Arizona and Michigan among them. Also on that list, Iowa, which became exceptionally fascinating in the weekend just past. Lots more to come on those projections, I should say, and what they mean in the context of the US presidential election.
I'm Kate Borsay, and as a big day in American politics unfolds, I'll be here tonight with all of your election updates. Our evening edition Election Watchers will take you through everything you need to know as the results roll in. We'll get reaction both from home and abroad. That's the evening edition with me, Kate Borsay, tonight from 7 on Times Radio.
The 2024 US presidential election. Hear it all on Times Radio.
Good morning, 1:39. Let's get the first perspective this evening from Team Republican and speak to the former Deputy Assistant to President Trump, Seb Gorka. Welcome to the programme, Seb.
Thanks for having me.
How would you describe how you're feeling?
Look, I never want to tempt fate or paint the devil on the wall. Right now, the results for the Electoral College are following the very positive trend lines we've seen for the president for the last 3 weeks. So far, so good, Callum.
OK, so the Electoral College right now on the Times website, Donald Trump 101 and Kamala Harris 71 is where things are standing. Where are you finding your optimism? What are the kind of data points that you've picked up, Seb, that you are looking at and saying, hang on, this could be all right, actually?
Two big things for conservatives. Number one, in a way that I wasn't even expecting, we broke the back of the tradition that conservatives only vote on election night. With the obscene, I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we have 45 days of voting, not even an election month. It's an election month and a half. And the president was right to say, you've got to vote early. We need 90 or 100 million votes. That is not physically, empirically possible on election day alone. So conservatives, and my wife is the chair of the GOP in our county in Virginia, we have seen a 200% increase for early voting, specifically in rural, mostly Republican areas. So that's one fabulous, fabulous trend of the last month. And then secondly, something that nobody talks about, in addition to the obvious data for the swing states, the battleground states that President Trump has been winning in polling for the last 3 or 4 weeks, is first-time voters. We are seeing some record results for first-time voters, especially amongst young men. So these things, if they pan out, with the black male vote also swinging towards President Trump, it could be a momentous day for conservatives.
Yeah, it's fascinating, I suppose. One of my considerations in all of this is the 7 swing states that we are focusing on, understandably, as we await results, where Donald Trump was beating President Biden across really all of them, actually, in terms of the route to the White House. Kamala Harris has put up a decent challenge, it would appear, in all of these, and brought this thing to a knife edge.
Well, not really. What we had in 2020 was the cover of COVID. Shenanigans isn't the word for it. When you send out 81 billion ballots unbidded and say it's because of COVID, that's how you steal an election. They don't have the cover this time, and that's why we're seeing a distinct lack of enthusiasm for Kamala Harris in urban areas, in those swing states, and especially amongst the black population, and most specifically the black male population.
Yeah. What do you make of these security threats that have been reported? They're non-credible bomb threats in various areas, actually, and at various polling stations. I just wonder what you make of that, Seb. It's a disturbing development, despite the fact they're non-credible.
Well, look, I spent 25 years in counterterrorism. I think a lot of these are desperate attempts to undermine the probity of the election. We're used to the Russia hoax for the last 9 years. We've got these reports of Russian attempts.
Oh, I wonder if we've still got the line to Seb Gorka. It looks like it may have frozen. Have we lost Mr. Gorka? I think we might have done. We'll see if we can get him back at some point in the night. But he's sounding pretty positive, I think, about Donald Trump's chances over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, really interesting to see the way that they've turned the narrative on those early voting. If you remember, back in 2020, mail-in ballots and early voting was sort of the crux of Donald Trump's claims. They never came to anything. They were baseless, it seems, in the end, but claims of electoral fraud. He said that this is not a secure way of doing business. It also meant that quite a few states counted the in-persons early, which gave Trump a lead in some of those states, and then followed them up with the mail-in ballots, which suggested that there was some late Biden surge that Donald Trump claimed had come from nowhere. Really interesting to see them change their tune on that. Now they're celebrating it. Now they're suggesting that that's good for them and encouraging people to do so. I wonder if that's got something to do with the fact that a few of those states, Georgia and North Carolina in particular, have changed the way they're counting. So they're actually counting the other way now. Florida too is also obliged to get some of those mail-in ballots out early as well. So perhaps there's that change in the law has changed the narrative for them. Also, by the way, we have Illinois that's been called for Kamala Harris, unsurprisingly.
Lovely stuff. Right, well, that was Seb Gorka, obviously a fan of Donald Trump. Those of you watching on YouTube have been enjoying listening to Mr. Gorka. Somebody also in here, very complimentary. This is Annie. Tennessee, proud of my state, says Annie. Thank you for being in touch on YouTube. Just search for the Times Radio YouTube channel if you'd like to see all that's going on in the studio, and indeed our guests from all over the world. And you can post your comments in the live chat there. We are keeping an eye on them. Do not worry. Right, let's go to Alejandra Castillo, who served in the presidential administrations of Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and most recently Joe Biden. We'll get Alejandra Castillo back in a few moments. I'm told she's not there. She's too excited. The overall numbers right now, by the way, Donald Trump on 105 in the Electoral College and Kamala Harris on 27. Although, actually, let me use this projection from the Times. Donald Trump on 101 and Kamala Harris on 71, which I think is far more comprehensive. In terms of how this night is unfolding, Daryl, there have been various security threats across the country. They're non-credible, and I think that's just worth emphasising. But in some cases, because of the disruption those caused, there were extensions allowed to polling times, the amount of time the polling stations would be open.
Yeah, in particular in Georgia. Interesting development from Pennsylvania, though, just in the last couple of minutes, where a judge there has rejected an effort to extend voting near a university there. Lines have been incredibly long. We were hearing earlier from some people there who were saying that they'd been waiting in line for 7 hours to vote in that particular district of Pennsylvania. The Democrats had asked a judge there to extend the voting to 10 p.m. to accommodate for that. That hasn't been allowed to happen. The judge has basically said that those people who are registered and in line by 8 will be able to vote. So, I mean, that does suggest a high turnout, particularly potentially of younger people as well, in an area that Kamala Harris needs a high turnout.
Let's go back to Alejandra Castillo, who served with multiple Democratic presidents. Indeed, Alejandra, welcome to the programme.
Yes, good evening. I know it's morning hour there, but as you can imagine, we are on this side of the pond waiting with bated breath these results. So thank you for inviting me.
No, it's great to speak to you. Shall we start with Georgia, where it is, this from one of the US networks, of the fully reported or near reported counties in Georgia, Trump is running between 1 to 3 points better than in 2020. Georgia, one of the crucial swing states, 16 electoral college votes up for grabs here. Does this suggest this is going to be a more challenging night for Harris than she may have wished?
Look, here's what I would say. I would say that we need to make sure that we allow all the votes to be counted. The danger, and I understand, and I invite the media to be cautious. Any premature determination is always we need to be very careful. But the turnout has been spectacular. I was listening to your previous guest. The turnout has been fantastic. The early vote has also been record. And I would say that we're seeing not only the young vote, but we're seeing the various demographics, whether it's African Americans, Latinos, which I hope we will talk about that as well, are coming out to vote for Kamala Harris for many reasons. One is her message of going towards the future and making sure that we continue to build out the economic opportunities for so many people across the country who have been left behind, but also a message of working together, working in partnership, and really turning down this awful rhetoric that has plagued our our country's politics for the last 10 years.
I'm interested in the demographics. You're right. I do want to get into the detail on this. The NBC exit poll on for Georgia on independent voters suggested that Trump would win 54% of independent voters there, and 43% would go to Harris. There's an interesting aspect to this, is where the independent voters are falling.
Yeah, so what I would say is, again, when you look at the broader demographics, I know you're focusing on independent voters, but I also want to bring out that in Georgia, as you probably well know, is a heavily African-American, they have deep African-American pockets that are not just in places like Atlanta, but across the state. And I would say that the independent voters will, I think you'll see a surprise as you see more of them turning towards Harris. There is definitely a Trump exhaustion on so many levels. And at this point in time, I think the country as a whole is really waiting to see how this very, very tight race breaks through.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. This also, from one of the exit polls, that the national gender gap looks like it could be around 21 points. Harris winning women by 12 points. Trump winning men by 9 points. And it's worth putting that into the wider context that women are a slightly larger share of the electorate. It's interesting, isn't it? The observation's been made. Harris didn't necessarily campaign explicitly sort of saying, I am a woman, therefore women should vote for me. But I wonder if the issues that she spoke to gave that, were nudging women in that direction.
Look, she campaigned as a person who is going to be a fabulous leader for this country. Now, it is true, we are grappling with some very deep issues that are impacting women in particular in terms of our reproductive rights and what has been occurring since Dobbs, the Supreme Court case. So, I will tell you that she's coming through as a woman who has had a tremendous professional trajectory, someone who knows how to navigate the politics and the policy, and being a very compelling, as an attorney, just stating the case in a very compelling manner that this is about not just the state of the union, but also in terms of women and families. Just how important making sure that abortion rights are protected and that we can continue to also advocate for women's health.
Yeah. Just a final one then, Alejandra. How are you describing, I suppose, where you are currently positioning your optimism? Is it reasonable? Is it bearing up under these early results or early indications?
I've worked in campaigns since 1992, and I can narrate all the different campaigns that I've worked on. What is impressive about what Kamala Harris has done in terms of this particular campaign is the on-the-ground operation, the thousands of volunteers, the outreach, the not just the rallies, but making sure that we had the surrogates, that we were actually reaching voters in their homes through various means. So when you look at the ground operation, it is by far truly impressive, and Trump's operation pales in comparison on so many levels. But my enthusiasm is also with regards to the message, the vision, and the trust that I have in how Kamala Harris will lead this country and the opportunities that exist. We do have a lot of challenges, but I know that she's going to put together a fabulous team, and that's where my optimism lies.
Alejandra, really good to speak to you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
That is Alejandra Castillo, who, as you've heard, has campaigned and served in presidential administrations, Bill Clinton, Obama, Joe Biden as well. I wonder if one of the kind of underlying currents here is that this will not be a Kamala Harris electoral wipeout of these 7 swing states. And actually, she's going to need probably the Rust Belt states to fall her way, is potentially how things are looking right now.
Yeah, I think that's almost certain, particularly with Georgia breaking the way that it's breaking, as Andrew Neil was talking about some of the independents there. It's still very, very early. We're still waiting for results, particularly from Atlanta, where that'll be good territory for Kamala Harris. But there is one concern about this election, about how close it is, and whether it being really close for both sides is a problem. Whether that leads to uncertainty, lack of trust in the process, people feeling as though it's been stolen from them, but potentially on both sides. We talk about Donald Trump and his supporters a lot in that, but the same can go across the aisle as well. Almost in a sense, democracy needed somebody to win and win convincingly tonight, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
I think that's a fair point. The aftermath of this is going to go on and on and on. Right, let's bring in Rosie Wright, Times Radio's own, who is out and about in central London at various soirees, which is very typical of Rosie Wright, I have to say. Rosie, where are you? What are you up to?
Good morning, Callum. If you are a Democrat and you are in London, I am at the place to be, a sports bar right in the capital. We are bedecked with, of course, flags. We've got our boppers ready and even caffeine sweets. So everybody is really geared up. Unfortunately, I ate 2 of these before I realised there was 33 milligrams of caffeine in each tube. But you get the idea here. Enthusiasm, excitement and adrenaline. And how long can we ride that adrenaline for? Because this is a nervous night. Lots of the Democrats here who are anxiously, I think, waiting. I'm speaking to so many Americans saying they're optimistic, but it's said with that note of caution. Overseeing everything is Kirsten Wolf, who's here. Tell me, I know you've been doing this since 6:30 this morning. You're exhausted. What's the atmosphere like? This is what you imagined.
Absolutely. The atmosphere is phenomenal. We've got people so excited to be here. They will be here all night and all morning, just waiting to see Kamala Harris become the next president of the United States. We have worked so hard to deliver our overseas votes back home, and we are absolutely certain that there's going to be a blue wave going across the pond tonight. So here we go.
Talking about the atmosphere, there's been a pub quiz going on downstairs, and one of the questions was, how many previous Democratic presidents have there been? And the question had a caveat saying, and by the end of this evening, there'll be another one. Is it right to be that confident?
Absolutely. We have got a candidate who has the leadership capabilities to take on this job. She has the policies, and we've got the ground game that the Republican Party doesn't have. They don't have any of those things. So we are really confident in not only the Harris-Walz ticket, but in all the Democratic races across the country. So we are super excited tonight. We think this is a game changer for America. We're going to take this country forward, and we're so excited about it.
This could be a bit of a long haul. Here at Times Radio, we're going to be throughout the night. Just tell me your own personal plans, your own emotions. Are you going to get any sleep? Because probably it's a few hours until we get a bit of a steer.
I am going to go and tuck out just for a little bit, but we've got diehards who will be here all night long. They slept before they came. I'm going to do a tuck out now, but we'll be back in the morning, and we're going to be right straight back into this, because this is the most consequential election of our lifetime, and everyone wants to be part of this history-making moment. So here we go. We're super excited, and go Harris-Walz.
Thank you so much. Taking a beat out of the party, Kristen Wolf, the UK chair, here overseeing the party, the party that's not quite ready to celebrate yet. Nervous excitement in the air. Lots of Americans here saying, I've done this before, whether that was 4 years ago, 8 years ago. Is it going to be the result that they want? We'll see. Callum, I'm going to stick here, then head to the Republicans, to their party. We can compare and contrast, see what snacks they've got. And then I'll be back here through the early hours of the morning. No one at this bar really has to leave until about 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. So long after this show is over, they'll still be here anxiously watching and waiting as those results come in.
Rosie, thank you so much indeed. We'll keep in touch with Rosie Wright, who's enjoying herself among the Democrats at the Mo. Thank you for all of your WhatsApps as well. Phil says, I genuinely have no idea how this is going to go, but I feel very calm about the US election. I can't stand Trump, but have no excitement for Harris other than she's a woman. I don't think a Trump presidency would be a disaster, but perhaps a bit more predictable with Harris. I struggle with all the uber progressive stuff the Democrats are into. Kira says, hello from Sofia in Bulgaria. I wish there was a US election party here. And Kevin says, hello from me. I'm working through the night. Thanks for the coverage. He says, don't look so serious. Enjoy yourselves. Well, Kevin, it's only the future of the world we're reporting on tonight. Don't worry about that. Right, there's lots to come on Times Radio's election coverage, which we are reporting for you from the US, of course. And I just want to mention the times.com, which you should have open in front of you as you're listening, or in the next tab over if you're watching on the YouTube channel, which has got a live count of how things are looking. In the Electoral College, Donald Trump has 101 at this point. Kamala Harris has 71. They, of course, one of them needs 270 to win the presidency. Over the course of the next few hours, the picture will become slightly clearer. And within that, we will begin to piece together what are the roots, what are the stories within this election, which groups, which demographics are voting where, in what parts of the country are these two candidates contending? Where are they standing strong? Where are they falling down? Where are their weaknesses and where are their strengths? There is so much to get into over the next few hours. And yes, we should probably be upfront that at this point, it seems unlikely we will have a result until, well, the next couple of days are actually out as well. Worth noting that with more than 90% of results reported now in Florida, the state has moved to the right since 2020. Donald Trump looks like he's winning by about 3 percentage points there, and on track to carry it by about 13 percentage points, is the updated number for this year. We're keeping an eye on Georgia, which may indicate some sort of decent showing from Kamala Harris, but she's not winning by the margin she would need to win the state from the votes that have been counted so far. But that's about 10% of the election day vote that's been counted in Georgia. There's lots of nuance, there's lots of quirks to the way that these results are being counted and the time it's taking for these results to be counted as well over the course of this evening. Thank you for all of your messages so far. Keep those coming. You can WhatsApp us for free from anywhere in the world. The number is 0333 003 2353. We are streaming live on the Times Radio YouTube channel as well. Benjamin on YouTube says, I've no strong opinion on this election. My opinion has lowered, though, of Donald Trump. I'd feel unfortunate for anyone who meets the president. He's commenting in the live chat on YouTube, as lots of you are, and it's very lovely of you to do so. Head for Times Radio on YouTube if you'd like to see all that's going on. It's coming up to 2 o'clock in the UK. It is 2 o'clock in the UK, which means it's 9 p.m. on the east coast of the United States, and polls have just closed in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North and South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin and Wyoming. Of all of those, we're going to be keeping a close eye on Arizona, Michigan and Wisconsin. Projections suggest that Donald Trump will win South Dakota. That projection fresh as the polls close there. And that Donald Trump will win Texas with a huge 40 electoral votes in Texas. These are fresh projections. We'll bring you all the very latest over the course of the next few minutes. Right now, let's get the latest news. Here's Rob Malarkey.
Callum, thank you. Good morning. It's so far so good for Donald Trump, who's projected to win the state of Florida as well, underlining its status as a Republican stronghold. Trump has already claimed projected victories in several states, including the Republican strongholds of Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia and Arkansas. Kamala Harris, meanwhile, is the projected winner in the Democratic stronghold of Vermont, as well as the eastern states of Massachusetts, Maryland and Delaware. But by and large, Republican strategists will be encouraged by the college votes received so far. Seb Gorka is a former deputy assistant to President Trump. Speaking to Times Radio in the last half hour, he said the results are following recent positive trend lines.
We broke the back of the tradition that conservatives only vote on election night. And the president was right to say, you've got to vote early. We need 90 or 100 million votes. That is not physically, empirically possible on election day alone. So conservatives, and my wife is the chair of the GOP in our county in Virginia, we have seen a 200% increase for early voting.
Exit polls also suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for Vice President Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election of 4 years ago. John Le Boutillier is a former Republican congressman. Speaking to Times Radio, he said Trump may have struggled to win over many female voters.
His generally dismissive attitude even encapsulated last week by saying, well, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not. And that line was suicide for him among a lot of women voters, especially with his track record of being accused by more than a dozen, or actually 20 plus, women of sexually assaulting them.
And Donald Trump last night made an accusation of massive cheating in the city of Philadelphia. The district attorney in Pennsylvania has dismissed the claim. Pat Toomey is the state's former Republican senator.
There's no question in my mind, if Donald Trump loses the election, he will deny having lost the election, just as he did last time. So I'm not surprised that he's kind of laying the groundwork for that just in case.
Meanwhile, Philadelphia's district attorney Larry Krasner has told reporters that while the city essentially had a smooth election day, there were two exceptions. One involved false bomb threats made throughout the biggest city in the swing state. The FBI has said the hoax bomb threats, which occurred in other US swing states, seemed to originate from a Russian source. All locations in Philadelphia were cleared and one was closed for 23 minutes. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the US Capitol's visitor center with a flare gun. The US Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger said the man smelled of fuel when he was apprehended during a screening process.
He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. He stood there for a few seconds, then put his stuff on the conveyor belt. The US Capitol police officers saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also saw two bottles in the backpack.
And in one other projection, Donald Trump is also expected to take the state of Tennessee. For 10 minutes of expert global analysis, once a day, set up our World in 10 podcast in Google Assistant's Play My News service.
Live from the News Building London, New York and Pennsylvania.
As I was saying,
Trump v. Harris.
Good evening, America!
America decides. US Election Night 2024.
This is our time, America.
With Callum MacDonald on Times Radio.
Good morning, 2:05 now on Wednesday morning. It's the 6th of November. You're with Times Radio as we bring you live coverage as America decides the US presidential election 2024. Polls are closing, votes are being counted, projections are being made, history is being written. One of the key swing states tonight is Georgia, and we're trying to dive into what we know so far from Georgia to try to define the narrative of the night. David Schultz is author of the book Presidential Swing States, and he reckons that Georgia may end up going Republican.
At this point, it does look like things are going a little bit better for Trump than we thought. But remember, when you look at the most recent polls here, that Trump was not surprisingly doing better in Arizona and in Georgia than he was in, let's say, North Carolina or the Blue Wall states. So there's no surprises here right now in terms of what I think is actually happening in Georgia. And absolutely correct. By the time the night is over, Harris, if she's going to win the state, really needs to do dramatically better.
That's David Schultz. Daryl Morris is here keeping an eye on the Electoral College and the projections as they come in.
Yeah, we just had a slew of them in the last couple of minutes. Donald Trump, just before 2, projected to win Texas, projected to win North Dakota, not North Carolina. Hold your horses on that one. South Dakota, Wyoming as well. Places he is expected to win and doing so.
Lovely stuff. Thanks, Daryl. We'll keep an eye on all the numbers, of course. Just to say that thetimes.com has got a live counter going up for you. Donald Trump on 120 in the Electoral College and Kamala Harris on 99. Lots more still to come on Times Radio. Lots more projections, lots more numbers, and lots more of your messages, please. You can WhatsApp us. The number is 0333 003 2353. Or if you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can join in the chat there as well. Polly says, this is nail-biting stuff. I thought I'd listen to the radio for a bit to help me sleep. Bad move, really good coverage. Thanks, Polly. Stick with us.
US Election Night 2024 on Times Radio.
So then, we'll keep you right up to date as projections come in. Lots of states too close and indeed too early to call. Pennsylvania perhaps being the foremost among them, but Georgia bubbling around in there as well. There are some early predictions, maybe North Carolina and Georgia favouring the Republicans. Pennsylvania seeing a high voter turnout backing Kamala Harris. Indeed, some Democrats that I've been speaking to in Pennsylvania in the last hour have suggested to me that results are looking, quote, incredibly encouraging everywhere that matters. That might be political spin, but who knows? We'll see how it all turns out. Let's dive into some of the stories that are emerging then. We're joined by Karen Newson, Vice President of the National Federation of Republican Women. Karen, hello.
Hello.
Very good to speak to you. And also with us, Jim Kennedy, who was Deputy Press Secretary and indeed an advisor to President Bill Clinton. Jim, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
It's great to have you both here. And Jim, meet Karen. Karen, meet Jim. Karen, shall we start with you? Republican women, how are they performing for Trump so far, would you say?
So far, our Republican women have been working really hard this election cycle, and Republican women are supporting and voting for Donald Trump.
What's your evidence? Tell us where you're picking up that sense from.
From polling and from discussions, from traveling around the country like we do. We talk to a lot of Republican women, and they're coming to the party and they are voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Where will that make the difference for Trump in this election, particularly?
I'm hoping for suburban women to come out and vote for him. And in rural counties, definitely in rural counties, we see our Republican women voting for him and supporting him in a lot of our states.
Yeah. Jim, on that note then, where are you seeing support? Where are you identifying that Harris may be performing well?
Well, there's a lot of mixed signals. It's kind of early to say what's happening for sure, but there are certain signs that she may be doing well in some of the suburban areas, for example, in North Carolina, as well as running up some vote totals in major cities like Atlanta and Philadelphia, perhaps. But at the same time, frankly, Donald Trump has achieved a lot of positive results on his side in the rural areas and the ex-urban areas as well. He's doing better in some ways than he did in 2020. And in certain areas, she's falling short of where Joe Biden is. But in others, she's excelling beyond what he did. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's early to say which way it's going to go, but it's very exciting.
Well, it is very exciting. I mean, of that, there is no doubt. And in the last few minutes, just at 2 o'clock in the UK, but 9 p.m. on the East Coast, polls closed in 15 more states, but they include the battleground, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And I just wonder, Karen, if you can help us identify where the kind of likely victories for Trump are in these crucial swing states.
I'm hoping Trump is going to take Arizona, definitely, and Pennsylvania.
Okay, sure. And do you think that is likely? Why do you think that is likely?
The Trump campaign has done an incredible job with getting out the vote, with educating all different types of voters. And the data is showing, at least on our end with the RNC and with the Trump campaign, that he's going to pull through in Arizona and Pennsylvania.
That's fascinating. Jim, what do you make of that? And in fact, I'm having a little look at the famous New York Times Needle, which with 18%, I think I'm right in saying, yes, 18% of the vote in Pennsylvania they reckon the probability is 54% Trump for victory in Pennsylvania, the crucial swing state.
Yeah, I don't get too, I was in Nashville in 2000, and for much of the evening, it looked like Gore was going to win. And all of a sudden, we got the carpet yanked out from underneath us around 10 o'clock that night. And then things started to look different. And of course, it ended up being a stalemate for a long time. I hope we don't have that happen again. So it is a little too soon to be too conclusive. I think Harris could potentially win in Pennsylvania and in North Carolina. I've heard she's having trouble in Wisconsin compared to Trump. I think Trump has certain advantages in Georgia, which would be good for him as well. So, she would like to get all three of the Rust Belt states. I'm not sure she will because of the Wisconsin issues, but But Pennsylvania and Michigan are probably within her grasp, but we'll see.
Yeah. Karen, one of the other pieces to put in here from Georgia is an apparent substantial swing of independent voters to Trump. And I find that fascinating because, independents for obvious reasons are fascinating in a presidential election. So then, what is it about Trump that has appealed to independents at this point? What is the message that has cut through there?
Well, I think it's exactly the message that is resonating because Trump has had this very, very strong message. He is talking about the economy and how he's going to fix the economy. He's talking about border security. Our border security in the United States right now, it's just horrible. We live in very dangerous times, especially I'm from Texas. I live in San Antonio, Texas. I'm 2.5 hours from the border, so I see this. So messaging with those two very, very important issues is resonating with these independent voters. They go to the grocery store, they can't afford groceries. Young couples are having trouble buying homes. So I believe that independent voters are listening to policy over fluff.
Yeah. The three blue wall states, by the way, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they've all moved together in every election since 92. They voted Republican in 2016. We're also talking about the Sun Belt. That's Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina and Georgia. And the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Daryl, just on Georgia, what can we say about the data that we've got so far?
Yeah, I've got some interesting data from Cherokee County in Georgia, which is just sort of north of Atlanta. It is a part of Georgia that has been Republican, it's been red, but the Democrats have been chewing away at it lately. It reached a high, I think, in 2004. The Republicans carried it with 78%. Donald Trump won it in 2020 with 68%. It's been slowly declining. The Democrats have been chipping away at it, and they were really hoping that they would make some inroads there and potentially even flip it. As it stands, only 81% of the vote counted there, but Donald Trump is currently carrying it with 69.4%, 30% for Kamala Harris. So it looks as though not only have the Democrats not continued to chip away, but it seems as though Donald Trump might be arresting the decline in that county. It's a small part of an important state, but it's an interesting, and it's obviously early, 80% voted, but it's interesting.
But the crucial thing is that these counties, they can tell the story. So Jim, come in on that, on the data that Daryl's just given.
Well, one question is really the so-called gender gap. There frankly are two gender gaps. There's a gender gap for women, and there's one for men. And some say that Trump is benefiting from the gender gap when it comes to men, and Harris for women. So which one surges the most in this race? Is there a surge of women for Harris, or is there a surge for men for Trump, or is it both? And then the question is, which one is bigger? That's one of the intangible elements we have to look at and see where the votes have come out and how they land. But certainly there are more auspicious signs for the Trump side thus far in the evening than there has been for the Harris side, but I would just caution not to be too conclusive about it.
Yeah, and actually on what Karen was saying about the economy message, Jim, I picked up this from the preliminary exit polls, which suggest that 73% of voters in Georgia say they think the economy is not so good or poor. And that is also ranking in the kind of national averages in these exit polls. The economy is up there as a really important issue. And so that's perhaps been an easy message for Trump to land. The data shows that people will have felt better off the last time he was president compared to the last few years of the Democratic administration.
Well, that's one advantage he certainly carried into this election. In fact, I think I saw statistics showing that most of the swing states were suffering more economically than the other states, which may be in part why they are swing states, because people are feeling really under the gun economically. So he's had that advantage going into the race. I think he's had some problems kind of focusing on that issue. He's gotten distracted in his own messaging on the campaign trail, although his paid commercials are very disciplined, and I think they've been probably quite effective under the surface. We who don't live in swing states don't see them, but I think they've been wall to wall in states which are swing states.
Yeah, fascinating to get this message from Stephen, who's watching us on YouTube, who says, echoing the electorate's concerns, while impactful, is not equal to providing a coherent policy and plan. And I wonder, Karen, if you'd like to respond to that, because actually considering the economic argument, is there, to use Stephen's word, a coherent policy and plan, or is it just echoing concerns?
No, Trump has actually put plans in place. I mean, I think it's difficult on the campaign trail to tell you exactly, what you're going to do, but he does have an outline. He does tell people, you've got to cut down on regulations. You've got to cut taxes. You have got to get stability in the world. All of those issues increase our food prices. When there's an instability in the Ukraine, someone who buys a company that's buying sunflower seeds from the Ukraine isn't going to be able to get them. Therefore, that product is going to become more expensive, right? So there are all these different factors that once Trump is president, he can fix, and he can fix quickly.
Really interesting. Just a note as well on Pennsylvania, and by way of the logistics of how these counts are working, how they are unfolding. First, we expect mail votes, and they're more likely to lean Democrat. Then we expect a mix of mail and election day, so they will lean Republican. In 2020, just by way of precedent, Biden led at first, then Trump led, and then eventually we will get round to more votes from Philadelphia and their mail votes as well. So the question really in Pennsylvania is who's hanging on at the end. Jim and Karen, stay with us. Let's bring in Scarlett McGuire, a director at JL Partners, polling company, among others. Scarlett, hello, welcome to the programme.
Hi.
Polls have been close. This thing has been 50-50 for weeks. What was the picture going into actual election day, if you like, given how many people had voted early? Where were the key gains to be made for Harris and Trump over the last 24 hours of the campaign?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think everyone is cautioning off reading off the early votes, which I think is very handy. I mean, there were Democrats saying that this is, the early votes did not look good for them. So if prominent Democrats are saying that, then I think that sort of tells you some of what they were thinking, in that it looked a bit better for Republicans. But again, it would advise people from reading too much into the early votes, the information we had about them before tonight, that is, before we actually started getting some of those results. And I think tonight's been incredibly interesting because it seems to be bearing out the polling, which even if the Electoral College does not look like it will end up close, then these all the polls that were showing a popular vote at 50-50 might have actually been spot on, and we might be starting to see the Electoral College bias, which was working in Republicans' favour, beginning to unwind.
How fascinating. And so where are you tracing that to, Scarlett? Already this evening we've been talking about the swing of independent voters to Trump in Georgia, potentially also black men voting for Trump. Florida suggesting there's a better start for Trump than expected, and that leaning to the right that we maybe associate with Florida as of the last couple of years, going in his favour. Talk to us a little bit about the demographics and the groups that you're keeping an eye on.
Fantastic. So I'll do it back to front. So starting with Florida, yes, Florida does seem to be moving to the right, as does Texas. Texas was declared very earlier than some people were expecting it. Very interesting in Florida and Texas as well, because you seem to have got split ticket voting, with voters feeling able to vote for pro-abortion measures at the same time as voting for Donald Trump, which again is good news for Republicans, because that's part of what the Democrats were really hoping wouldn't happen. On demographics, there are some very interesting things. Now, again, so early on in the night, so don't want to make any sweeping statements, but off the basis of exit polls that we've seen in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, and in the results that are trickling through from Georgia, it does look like things are going in Donald Trump's favor in two very key ways. In fact, probably more than that. But firstly, independents from these exit polls show to be breaking for Trump. Now, that is bad news for Harris. And you're absolutely right. They do show Trump's making inroads with the black vote as well. There's one other thing I'd like to throw out about these exit polls. And again, heaps and heaps and heaps of caution, because these are not actual votes, these are exit polls. But it does look like the gender divide, which people are getting very excited about, especially after that Iowa Seltzer poll that we had over the weekend about this idea that there might be a historic amount of women voting for the Democrat candidate. At the moment, does not seem like that's appeared. In fact, the gender divide we're seeing, with Harris winning women comfortably, but Trump winning men even more comfortably, is in line with what the polling was saying before Election Day.
How fascinating. And so then, let's actually bring in Karen on that point. Karen, what do you make of the gender divide that Scarlett was just explaining to us?
All of this is so overwhelming right at this very moment, because I'm listening to you guys giving me information on what's going on in my election, and I want to go look at it. Right? It's like, So
I know.
It's overwhelming. But I've been very careful watching all the polling, and it really does seem to be going in the direction that they said it was going to go in. So, I think he's going to grab the men. I think he's going to grab Black men, and I do think she's going to take more suburban women.
Yeah, interesting. Scarlett, where else are you looking then tonight to try? What we're saying tonight is, we might not get to 270 in the next few hours. We might just sort of be piecing together the threads of the story here. What else should we be keeping an eye on? What else are you keeping an eye on?
Sorry, was that to me?
Yes, yes, Scarlett, that's for you.
So what else to be keeping an eye on? I mean, I think what this looks like, and again, I know I'm going to be boring because I'm keeping caveating, but it is really important at this stage not to get too carried away in either direction. But it does look like the thesis that most people had before election night itself is holding, in that Harris's path to presidency depends on her winning those blue wall states, so Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Now, it does look like that Pennsylvania was the tightest, the more difficult of those states for her to win, with Wisconsin and Michigan being more comfortably in her corner. Too early for all of that to say, but what we're seeing out of the Sunbelt states is that indeed it does look like Harris's path to victory might be entirely dependent on those states. And again, it's too early to read into those states yet.
Scarlett, thank you so much. Really good to speak to you. That is Scarlett Maguire, Director at JL Partners. Right, let's turn to Arizona next. 11 electoral college votes up for grabs here. The polling was on a knife edge. It's a swing state. Trump won in 2016. Biden won just in 2020. In fact, Arizona's often supported Republican presidential candidates, including Donald Trump in 2016. But a flip for Biden last time out. Aubrey Allegretti joins us now from Phoenix, Arizona, where actually security measures have been heightened there. Aubrey, hello, how are you doing?
Look, Callum, very well. Yes, it's coming up to 7:30 p.m. local time here, so still relatively early in the night. Polls only closed about half an hour ago, and as you said, it's been very much on a knife edge here. The result expects to be very close, and so officials have been taking extra care to try and ensure there's maximum transparency and accountability when it comes to the counting of votes. They expect possibly a repeat of some of the election denialism that surfaced after 2020 when Donald Trump supporters tried to claim that there'd been ballot stuffing or ballot rigging against him. So they're really trying to open that up now. They put webcams in the main room behind me where we've just had a tour, and they've spent tens of millions of dollars trying to transform these facilities, making glass boxes so people can see what's happening, putting GPS trackers on the ballot boxes. So it's really a very efficient operation here.
Wow. And so this is interesting because it kind of helps us understand the processing that's involved with the ballots. You know, if they've been mailed in, they need to be taken out of an envelope, made sure that they're in good condition, check a signature, and then actually process them. So in theory, it's quite a time-consuming thing to go through.
It certainly is, although a lot of the process is done prior to election day. And so we've just been seeing behind the scenes in here the work that's been being done in order to check signatures on mail-in ballots before those ballots are effectively sort of anonymised so that they can't be traced back to who cast them in the first place. Then they're fed into a machine. Officials are making sure that they don't have any stains on them or don't have any sort of marks. One official likened it to me like putting a sort of £5 note into a vending machine when you had to make sure that it was incredibly crisp. Otherwise, it would reject it. The same is true of ballot papers, they said. And here there is an exhaustive list of elections that are happening at the same time. It's actually a 2-page ballot because you have the presidential race, then you have the Senate race, the House races, and of course you have those down ballot measures, lots of propositions, both on enshrining the right to abortion in state law after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, but also the Republicans' attempts to try and get people to turn out by putting the issue of immigration on the ballot paper, by putting more responsibility on states to be able to conduct checks and eject people.
Really interesting. Just by the way, just on the note on abortion, there are votes taking place on measures on abortion across the US, in fact, in 10 states. And access to abortion has been limited in some places since federal protections were scrapped by the Supreme Court in 2022, which has been a crucial issue in this election. So some of these states have been holding local votes on whether to adopt legal protections at a kind of more local level. First results through from Florida, where a pro-abortion rights measure has failed to win enough support to pass. A majority of voters look to have backed making abortion a constitutional right in the state, but it doesn't look like it's going to hit the 60% mark, and that is a kind of mandated local rule in order for it to come into force. I just think it's worth us being aware of the kind of other votes that are taking place. Aubrey, just another thought then from you on Arizona, which closed, about half an hour ago, polls closed there. What are the issues at stake here? What have candidates been campaigning on? And the crucial question, when do you expect to see something of a result?
So we should get the first sort of turnout figures at 8 p.m. local time here, so just about half an hour, so not very long to wait. And that'll be from the mail-in ballots. And in terms of the issues at play in this state, well, it is a Sunbelt state. They're on the border with Mexico. And so I was down in the south in Pima County, where lots of people were concerned about the extent of illegal migration by migrants crossing the border from Mexico. Abortion has been another big one. And the reason for that is that, as you described, there are lots of mini referenda that have been placed on the ballot paper. And actually, these are used by political parties in some ways to try and boost turnout, to try and get their supporters mobilised so that they go and vote for issues that they're really passionate about. And while they're there, they also get a chance to vote for the presidential candidates as well. So those have been the big issues. But this state has been sort of changing demographically. It was traditionally a really red state. Joe Biden won it by 10,500 votes last time. And I'm hearing that there are a lot of people who've been moving from, say, California, where house prices and taxes are much higher. They're coming down to Arizona instead, which is just a 5-hour drive away. So actually that does explain partly why there's such a significant demographic change under the surface as well.
Thank you so much, Aubrey. Lovely to speak to you. That is the brilliant Aubrey Allegretti from The Times, reporting from Phoenix. Now let's take you to the equally brilliant Fiona Hamilton, chief reporter for The Times, who joins us from Atlanta, Georgia. Fiona, morning, good evening.
Good evening, Callum.
Really good to speak to you. So we've been talking about Georgia a lot so far on the programme this evening as we try to piece together what the emerging story is there. At the moment, I think it's fair to say it's leaning Trump, with kind of 76% of votes in, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's leading by a few percentage points, and he seems to be widening that gap at the moment. Now, it's important to say that and everybody, I'm at a watch party at the moment in central Atlanta. So as you know, it's very heavily Democrat skewed. And everyone's reminding me that the rural votes are counted first. And we haven't seen a lot of the suburban areas yet where Kamala Harris is going to pick up a lot of votes. So, I think we're in for the long haul here, a couple of hours more at least.
A couple of hours more, okay. In terms of what is defining where we are at so far with the votes that have been counted in Georgia, just piece together some of the demographics for us, some of the indications from the counties there as to why it is going in Trump's favour.
Well, the key issue really, when I've been to a Trump rally a couple of days ago, and then I was at a J.D. Vance event and speaking to people who are voting Trump, it really is all about the economy. It's the bottom line. It's the fact that their cost of living has skyrocketed. Their lifestyle, they believe, is it has really suffered over the past few years, and it does seem that that Kamala Harris is going to suffer from that in Georgia. And of course, the politics are very, very divisive here, and in rural areas, the issues that Donald Trump is really pushing are extremely popular.
Yeah, it's fascinating how that messaging is cutting through. Fiona, thank you very much. We will catch up with you again later on. That's Fiona Hamilton, chief reporter for The Times, joining us from Atlanta in Georgia. And we are really focusing on Georgia because it's going to be, we're getting a decent number of votes in now. It is kind of going in Trump's favour. What else are you picking up?
Yeah, I've been watching Fayette County really closely in Georgia, just south of Atlanta. Similar to, as we were talking about earlier about Cherokee, a place where the Democrats have been chipping away at the Republican vote there. It's kind of close to that Atlanta base that they do very well in. Trump carried that county in 2020, 52.7% of the vote. Biden won 45% of the vote. We didn't see the Democrats making the gains that they would have hoped to have made in Cherokee. They've made small gains, but small gains in Fayette County, which is quite interesting. Currently, with about 91% of the vote counted, Kamala Harris carrying 48% of the vote there. Trump winning it with 50.7%, but that is a couple of percentage points down, suggests that the Democrats have successfully chipped away at some of the Republican vote there. Again, still 10% of the vote to come, very narrow margins, but this is an election that's going to be won and lost by those narrow margins.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? My thanks also then to Karen Newson from the National Federation of Republican Women. Karen, thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you. It was
Great
a pleasure.
to have you on. And Jim Kennedy as well, who worked with President Bill Clinton as Deputy Press Secretary. Lovely to have them as part of the conversation. And of course, you can be part of the conversation as well. You can WhatsApp us 0333 003 2353 as we're unpacking some of the stories of this election so far. What's your take? How are you feeling about it? What words would you use to describe it? Get in touch, be part of history in the making. Right now it's 2:32.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
More projections to come. Now the news. Here's Rob Malarkey.
Callum, thank you. A potentially momentous day for Conservative Republicans. That's how Donald Trump's former deputy assistant is describing Election Day so far. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump targets a return to the White House. Trump has claimed a projected 168 college votes, including his home state of Florida. Trump and Kamala Harris have so far secured states they're expected to win, but vote counting is gathering momentum in two of the so-called swing states, Georgia and North Carolina. Speaking to Times Radio, Seb Gorka, who served in the Trump administration, said Trump is making significant inroads.
Something that nobody talks about, in addition to the obvious data for the swing states, is first-time voters. We are seeing some record results for first-time voters, especially amongst young men. So these things, if they pan out, with the black male vote also swinging towards President Trump, it could be a momentous day for conservatives.
Early exit polls suggest the state of democracy is among the most important issues for voters in the presidential election. CBS also says this is the first time in the network's history that the exit poll has asked voters about the prospect of violence after the result has been announced. Trump said he would not challenge the result of the election as long as it was fair. Exit polls also suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for Vice President Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election of 4 years ago. And Philadelphia's District Attorney Larry Krasner has told reporters that while the city had a smooth election day, there were two exceptions. One involved false bomb threats made throughout the biggest city in the swing state of Pennsylvania. The FBI has said the hoax bomb threats, which occurred in other US swing states, appeared to originate from a Russian source. Results imminent in North Carolina and in New York State. Meanwhile, for a roundup of the news on demand, follow the Times News Briefing on any podcast platform.
Thanks very much, Rob. 2:35 in the UK. It is Wednesday morning, the 6th of November. Donald Trump, 178 votes in the Electoral College, and Kamala Harris, 99. You can keep up to date at thetimes.com. We've had some more projections in the last few minutes.
We have, and all going the way you would expect it at the moment. Kamala Harris winning Rhode Island, New York and Illinois, and Donald Trump being called for Ohio and Nebraska's 3rd district.
In the next few minutes, we'll welcome some more guests to unpack exactly what stories, what threads, what themes we're hearing from these results. Lots more to come, and I'm just having a little look what's closing at 3 o'clock in the UK. Idaho, Montana, Nevada is the one to watch out of this batch, coming up in about 25 minutes' time. One of the swing states, of course, so we'll bring you those projections just as soon as we can.
USA! 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 The results will continue to pour in, the analysis will continue, the head scratching, the chin stroking. What does this all actually mean? Asma and I will be here at breakfast as normal to make sense of the US presidential election. USA! USA! USA!
The 2024 US presidential election. Hear it all on Times Radio.
Thank you so much for being with us on Times Radio as our coverage continues. Good morning as well to all of you who are watching on YouTube. Bradley says, I'm in Washington State. I've lived in Alaska. It's basically decided for us prior to even getting to place our ballots. It's odd. says Bradley, who's watching and chatting in the YouTube live stream. Have a little look for Times Radio on YouTube if you want to take part on there. It'd be lovely to have you. Right, lots then still to come. We've still got several of the swing states, the polls there to close. We're keeping an eye out for crucial projections as well, and some of the indications as to where this thing might end up. It's kind of slightly tricky to piece it all together until we get more projections, but we'll keep you right up to date. By the way, I think it's also worth noting the Electoral College number can often hide just how many votes have been cast. There are tens of millions of votes that have been cast and indeed counted. Donald Trump, this according to the Times.com, by the way, you can see this for yourself, 32.8 million votes to Kamala Harris as well, just under 30 million. And I just think that's astronomically huge. This is a massive, massive thing that we're talking about overnight tonight. Right, Trump currently then, seemingly, the race might be leaning his way, but it could be days before we get a final result. Let's catch up with a couple of party insiders and friends of Times Radio. Joanna Maska, former aide to President Barack Obama. Hi, Joanna.
Hi, it's great to join you.
Great to speak to you. And Thomas Del Beccaro, former chair of the Californian Republican Party. Thomas, hello.
Good to hear from you. Exciting evening, of course.
Well, it is very exciting. And Thomas, why are you excited? What is your excitement built on?
Well, you know, I write history books, so this is history in the making. This is a different election than ever in American history. In the television age, we've never had a president step aside. Well, Lyndon Johnson and the Democrats lost, but this is in the internet age, let's say, in the high-tech age, this is the first time this has occurred. And there are many different strains going on right now. This is very different from 2020. In 2020, Republicans did not vote early. It's very apparent that they did vote early at this moment in time. But we'll have to see how it plays out.
A couple of things to put to you, Joanna. CNN citing the Harris campaign as being worried about Georgia and North Carolina. Now, it's worth noting that she could lose all the Sunbelt swing states. They are Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina and Georgia. But she could hold Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. She could still win 270. But it's just intriguing to hear about these concerns around Georgia and North Carolina in that context.
Yeah, that's right. Look, they knew it was going to be very, very close in all of these states. I think particularly states that have traditionally gone Republican. I mean, North Carolina, of course, I was involved in the Obama campaign when we won it, but it was hard. Georgia was very difficult the last couple times. So was Arizona. What we are looking at, though, and the states that are critical to Kamala Harris are some of those Midwestern states. And it was interesting to me this past weekend, this Des Moines Register poll came out saying that Iowa was going to be close and that Kamala Harris had an edge. And Ann Seltzer, who's the pollster in Iowa, is notoriously correct. We are seeing some of that, these Midwestern women showing up. And so it's too early right now for us to know. I think Democrats have always known that this is going to be much more difficult than 2020. Obviously at that point, President Trump had so bungled the COVID pandemic that there were so many people showing up. This time it's harder to motivate people because we've got the White House. So we knew it was going to be long. We knew it was going to be arduous, and there's no surprises yet, and definitely things that we're all watching.
What about some of these suggestions, Joanna, from some of the exit polls that have been done? NBC suggesting that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin, for example.
Yeah, look, I think that he had a concerted effort to reach out to an audience that Democrats, have, I wouldn't say, I mean, they use this taken for granted language, but in too many cases, our big cities have not done what they needed to do. There's corruption in both parties, Republicans and Democrats. And I'd say Donald Trump has certainly seen his share of corruption charges, and even last time around pardoned Blagojevich, who was a clearly corrupt Democrat. But in doing that, he targeted men who feel like they've been left behind. I'm not so surprised that they're seeing a trend there. Now, you are seeing white women, like I said, in Iowa, in the Seltzer poll, were coming for Harris. So it may be a different electorate than we've had in the past.
Thomas, there is a suggestion that North Carolina is kind of very heavily leaning Trump at this point. So I'm just checking, 55% of the votes in, and the kind of probability of it going for Trump is 80%. How significant would that be?
Well, it's significant in the reverse, because if Harris was ahead in any respect, then that would spell an uphill climb for Trump. Look, Trump is outperforming in every single subcategory except women, outperforming his 2022 numbers. He's outperforming among all Blacks. He's outperforming among all Latinos. He's outperforming in the cities. So, I'd rather be Trump right now than Harris. I don't believe the Iowa poll. We'll have to see. But it seems to me that Trump is a high likelihood of North Carolina, a likelihood of Georgia, and then it all comes down to Pennsylvania. From 2020, the Democrats going into Election Day had a lead of 1.1 million. They only had a lead of some 400,000 this time around. Does that mean the Republicans all voted early? And we'll have to see. What I can tell you is, as of yesterday, urban turnout in Pennsylvania was down on early voting, 381,519 votes. Those are votes from the cities. That's why the Democrats are worried about losing Pennsylvania, and they should be worried, especially when you consider the Republicans made up over 200,000 in voter registration, a net gain. And a lot of that has to do, by the way, with first-time Amish voters. So these are sub-trends. We'll have to see whether they're true by the time all the votes are counted.
Yeah. Joanna, you mentioned Iowa and that poll at the weekend, which put Iowa kind of back on the map, actually, in many ways. Daryl's got some real-life Iowa data.
Yeah, got some numbers from Iowa. Trump 55%, down 13% in Emmett County. Emmett County is a kind of really important. It's lots of women basically in Emmett County, I mean around there. Harris 44%, plus 13. So. A potential showing of some of those women that we know have been swinging behind Kamala Harris, that outlier of a poll in Iowa pointed towards maybe happening. Significant enough or not, who knows, but that's where it's at.
And so, Joanna, what do you make of that?
Yeah. Well, and I was in Kansas with Republican women this weekend, and women telling me they were going to vote for Harris for the first time ever. I mean, I was surprised. I don't know what to make of it yet. I think we've got to be patient. We've got to let these votes be counted. I also know that there were a lot of people who were excited to go to vote today for Kamala Harris, obviously taking their daughters. So we've got to let this all play out, and to draw too many conclusions too quickly, neither side wants that, because we've got to be in a position where people trust these results.
Let us now bring in Alistair Dauber, the Times and the Sunday Times Washington correspondent, who's been travelling around Pennsylvania, which, as we keep saying, is the most important of the swing states in this election. Alistair, good morning. Welcome to the programme.
Hi, Callum.
Where are you? Who are you with? And how are they feeling?
At the moment, I am with the Democrats in Allentown, which is a town about an hour and a half drive from Philadelphia. And it's very, very close to some of what you might describe as the swingiest counties in Pennsylvania, those places that will decide this election and possibly, once we've worked out all the arithmetic from across the country, decide who wins the White House tonight.
It is crucial. How are they feeling? Are they nervous?
They are. I was just chatting about 10 minutes ago to one woman, a big Kamala Harris fan. She said she was cautiously optimistic. I said, well, does that mean confident? She said, no, I'm not confident. I'm cautiously optimistic. So, I mean, you take from that what you will. But there is a degree of nervousness here. I think a lot of these people have been out at polling stations around the state today, and it's really far too close to call. It's, often we say that elections are on a knife edge. I think this one really is.
Yeah, I mean, Harris leads in the reported vote, but goodness me, there's a long way still to go. Can you break down for us, Alistair, the types of people, if I can put it like that, who are voting in Pennsylvania, and with whom Harris and Trump need to do well in order to have any hope of winning there?
But Pennsylvania is home to two really quite major American cities, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And the conventional wisdom is that Kamala Harris has to bucket loads of votes from those two cities. They tend to be liberal, slightly left-leaning than other parts of the state, and they're really her strongholds. You get out of the two big cities, and it's a very rural state. There are lots of smaller towns that used to have heavy industry, particularly the steel industry, that have closed over recent decades, and a lot of these places aren't as affluent as they once were. That's where Donald Trump has picked up a lot of votes, not just in this election, but in the last couple of elections too. It's finely balanced. The people here, as I say, they're optimistic, I think, but I think they're also quite nervous.
Yeah, optimistic but nervous. Alistair, thank you. Lovely to speak to you. Alistair Dauber, the Times and the Sunday Times Washington correspondent, reporting from Pennsylvania, which is, in a way, something of a microcosm of the United States. It's got big cities that Alistair was just describing, dominated by Democrats, and then kind of Republican-friendly rural areas. And its makeup, its kind of demographic makeup, is quite similar to the country overall. There's technology companies, there's old industries, there's agriculture. It is quite a microcosm, Joanna. I just want to put that to you, that cautious optimism. I mean, it's 19 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. This is a biggie. And for cautious optimism, gosh, I mean, that's not confidence, as Alistair was saying.
Well, this weekend we had 2,000 people a minute knocking doors in Pennsylvania. You've seen Donald Trump on Truth Social attack Pennsylvania today, trying to obviously, sow some distrust there. So I do actually, Paulette, who's in charge of Pennsylvania for us, is one of the best operatives who's been pretty key in every victory for Democrats. So again, I just think we've got to have patience. I think that we've got a lot of people, namely women, who are coming to the polls in the Midwest in a different way than expected. So while Trump has made gains, and I frankly like that both parties would be more diverse. I think that would be good for America. But, while those signs may show that he's made inroads, obviously we've got to wait until every vote is counted. And if we've got Republican women voting for Harris in places that are unlikely, we're going to have to wait for those votes to come in.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of waiting, for sure, Joanna. And we could be waiting for days, let's be honest.
Yes.
But we're doing our best. Exactly. We're doing our best to pick out the stories of the night. Let's bring in Chris Jackson, a Democratic strategist, formerly on the Biden campaign as well, something of a digital expert too. Chris, welcome to the programme.
Thanks for having me.
So good to have you. Let's just kind of consider where things are, I suppose. It's not looking great for Kamala Harris in some places. She's going to really need to run the blue wall pretty hard, but she's currently behind in all three. And Trump is kind of running up some margins here with rural, white, non-college areas. These are the point of distinction. These are what could make and break this election.
Right. It's kind of a mixed bag between the 2016 election and 2020. A lot of Democrats at this time in 2020 were feeling distraught because they thought we were going to lose then. You kind of had the red mirage where folks thought we were going to lose Pennsylvania and Georgia. But after all those votes came in Atlanta and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and a lot of the bigger cities over the next day or so, we saw that President Biden ended up winning. And I think you're seeing a similar situation start to unfold right now, especially in Georgia, where Kamala Harris is actually overperforming where President Biden was in the suburbs and in the urban areas. Trump is getting a little bit of an increase in the rural areas. But if I had to pick between her situation and Trump's, I would much rather be her maximizing those votes in the heavily urban areas.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Chris. I want to ask you too about the kind of campaigning strategies, particularly with your digital expertise. It's been said, in fact, it's been a source of criticism of Harris that her campaign has been kind of vibes based, joy, happiness, that sort of feeling, rather than any depth of policy. Is it fair to say that sort of campaigning, the vibes campaigning, works well on TikTok and on Twitter and on Instagram, but actually doesn't have a huge amount of depth to it when it comes to policy?
Well, it's kind of the opposite of what they said about President Biden when he was our nominee. They said that he didn't have the vibes going for him. And at that time, that it was the Trump campaign that was running on vibes, that he had the energy. So I guess, the media's always got to have some narrative. But I would argue that Vice President Harris has put forward more sound policies than Donald Trump ever has. Trump has sound bites and slogans that go on bumper stickers. But at the end of the day, there's really not much depth there, so I don't buy into that very well.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if there has been an influence of Elon Musk in this election. It's the other thing, Chris. We understand that he is at Mar-a-Lago with Mr. Trump this evening. Who knows what they're up to? But anyway, they're both there. They're hanging out. What would you say about Elon Musk's influence on 2024?
Well, I would say that Elon Musk has went back on his word from when he originally purchased Twitter a couple years ago. He bought Twitter because he said the former owners of the outlet were biased. They withheld information and kind of put their thumb on the scale in the 2020 election, and he vowed not to do that. And he's actually blown the door wide open in that regard. Not only is he supporting Donald Trump, he's donated millions and millions of dollars for him. He's one of the top surrogates of the campaign. And, I just think it's awfully dangerous to have somebody that is so involved with the defense industry like Elon Musk, who actually is a defense contractor with the United States, being so involved with Donald Trump. And, he's admitted that he's talked to Vladimir Putin over the past several months. And now he's giving away this money, $1 million every a few days to people that sign a petition. So, it's kind of odd, but, if I had my pick, I don't think billionaires need to be picking our president in this country.
Thomas, what would you say to that? I'm bringing in Thomas Del Beccaro, former chair of the Californian Republican Party.
I think it's absurd to listen to someone on the other side when George Soros has put more money into American politics than any man in history, and they don't have a problem with that. I also think it's absurd to say that he personally, Elon Musk, has made a decision that he doesn't want to live in a censorship society, but Twitter, in fact, is neutral, whereas it wasn't neutral before. It's also absurd when Google is so biased, and Facebook as well.
But isn't what you're saying, Thomas, and I hear you, but isn't what you're saying that all of these people and companies have far too much power, that actually they all need to be neutralized in some way?
Yes, but the problem is big government makes deals with big corporations, and that screws the little people. And the problem is big government. It isn't. It's the deals tech, big government makes with big tech, with the defense industry, with the pharmaceutical industry, and the like. The problem is the Democrats want to grow it. Look, I debated Kamala Harris, ran against her for U.S. Senate in 2016. She's for increasing spending. I have to just laugh when I hear people who obviously don't believe in economics say that somehow Trump's deals were better. In world history, when people have their own money, the economy tends to thrive. When government burden exceeds 30% in America with regulations, it's at 47%, the economy doesn't do well. Kamala Harris will increase spending. She will increase regulations. And since the 1940s, 1950s, America had growth at 4% per average. It's below 2% now. The economy was low. The government was in the 20 percentile in the late 50s. It is now in the 45 percentile.
Okay.
There's an absolute measure there, and she would make it worse.
Understood, Thomas. Thank you for your time on the programme. That's Thomas Del Beccaro, former chair of the Californian Republican Party. Chris, just a quick last word to you. Do you still maintain optimism for Harris? And from where does her route to the White House, where does that exist as far as you're concerned right now?
I think I'll steal a line that most Democrats are using right now. I'm cautiously optimistic. Like I said, I still see a route to the White House for the vice president through the blue wall in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Those numbers look strong for her. I still think there's an outside chance that she can win Georgia. The main Democratic hubs in Georgia still have 10 to 15% out. And once those votes start to roll in, you're going to see a massive sea change in the divide between Trump and Harris. She may not win Georgia, but it's going to be really close. But I'm confident in those 3 states up north.
Chris Jackson, it's a great pleasure to speak to you. Thank you for your time. Chris Jackson, they're formerly of the Biden campaign. The issue around gender is really fascinating here. A majority of women are backing Kamala Harris. This is according to exit polls at this point. Men are giving their support to Donald Trump. But according to the exit poll findings, 54% of women voting for Harris. That doesn't match the 57% that backed Biden in 2020. So there's something to consider there. Let us bring in senior data journalist from The Times, Joey D'Urso, who joins us live from New York. Hi, Joey.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Good. So, I mean, you're a senior data journalist. All the pundits that we're talking to so far this evening are saying there's not enough data to build anything on so far. But, I mean, the journalist in me begs to differ. Where do you stand on it, Joey?
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of data. I mean, we spent a lot of the last 8 years talking about how awful the polls are and how they got things really wrong in 2016 and 2020. I think the polls are absolutely right. This is going to come absolutely down to the wire. I mean, some of your guests have just been talking about how Georgia and North Carolina by this point are looking pretty good for Donald Trump. I think he'll win those 2 states. It's all about Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. They really are too close to call. I've been looking at all the county numbers as they come in, trying to compare them with 2020. I really couldn't say who's going to win those states at the moment. I've read some stuff on social media saying that, Donald Trump's got a big advantage there. I don't quite see that myself. It's so in the balance. It's really exciting as a journalist, but it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And this is the thing. And I suppose we're trying to sort of drill into some of the demographics throughout all of this because they can then be extrapolated into kind of the wider context. I saw this from NBC that in Pennsylvania, Latino voters have drifted towards Trump, about 4 in 10 supporting him, up from 3 in 10 in 2020, which perhaps defies expectation.
Yeah, and we've read a lot about that during the campaign, about how Latino voters who have traditionally been big supporters of the Democrats are moving towards Trump across the board. I mean, you saw in Florida, which has a big Hispanic population, a huge shift towards Trump. I mean, that Florida used to be a swing state. The states that Harris is trying to win are much whiter than the American average, a higher proportion of white voters. So Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. So she does still have a chance because it's that demographic of suburban, of women, of college-educated voters. So I do think it's possible, but this is an incredibly close race. We spent a lot of time before talking about how likely it'd be the polls would be out by a couple of points, and it would actually mean it could be quite convincing for either Trump or Harris. It is as close as we thought, and we don't know who's going to win.
Joey, really good to catch up. We will check in with you a little bit later on. That's senior data journalist at The Times, Joey D'Urso, reporting from New York. Right, a quick final word then with Joanna Maska, formerly working with President Obama. Joanna, this is a close-run thing. We expected it to be extremely close. That was what the polls were suggesting all the way through. Is it cause for concern for you yet that it is as close in the particular groups of people that we've just been focusing on? What about women? They have seemingly, support from women has dropped from Biden in 2020.
Yeah, but we won pretty overwhelmingly in 2020 when Donald Trump refused to accept the outcome of the elections. I'm still not worried as a Democrat. The thing that's bigger that I worry about is that so many people believe fundamentally that if the other side wins, democracy or Western civilization will crumble.
Yeah.
And, that's the big thing that, if this drags out so long, is America going to have the patience that we're going to need? And what are we going to do next?
Yeah.
And I think we've got to start talking about, humanizing the other side, which I've been trying to do. And
yeah.
It's going to be an uphill challenge regardless
Absolutely.
of who wins.
An uphill challenge, Joanna. Thank you so much for joining us. That's Joanna Maska. We always love hearing from her. Stand by then, just gone 3 o'clock in the UK. It's Wednesday morning, the 6th of November. Polls have just closed in Idaho, Montana, Nevada, Oregon and Utah. Already projections that Trump wins Montana and Utah. We'll keep a close eye on Nevada, one of the crucial swing states in all of this. I mean, it could be hours, if not days, before the winner is known across the swing states. We'll bring you all the very latest. Right now, the news. Here's Rob Malarkey.
Callum, thank you. Good morning. A potentially momentous day for Conservative Republicans. That's how Donald Trump's former Deputy Assistant, Seb Gorka, is describing Election Day so far, as the 45th President of the United States targets a return to the White House. Trump has claimed a projected 201 college votes so far, including his home state of Florida. Trump and Kamala Harris have secured the states they are expected to win, but vote counting is certainly gathering momentum in two of the so-called swing states of Georgia and North Carolina. David Schultz, the author of Presidential Swing States, sees Georgia going to the Republicans.
It does look like things are going a little bit better for Trump than we thought. But remember, when you look at the most recent polls here, Trump was not surprisingly doing better in Arizona and in Georgia than he was in, let's say, North Carolina or the Blue Wall states. By the time the night is over, Harris, if she's going to win the state, really needs to do dramatically better.
And Trump's feel-good factor has been captured by Thomas Del Beccaro, the former chair of the Californian Republican Party.
Trump is outperforming in every single subcategory except women. So, I'd rather be Trump right now than Harris. But from 2020, the Democrats going into Election Day had a lead of 1.1 million. They only had a lead of some 400,000 this time around. We'll have to see.
Polls are now closed in more than 40 states, and exit polls suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for Vice President Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election of 4 years ago. Harris could also benefit from an exit poll that found voters think the state of democracy is the most important issue at this election. John Le Boutillier is a former Republican congressman. Speaking to Times Radio, he said that's a reassuring finding.
After January 6th and after what happened in 2020 and 2021, there's been a big focus on would that happen again this time? And I hope that both parties don't want it to happen again. I hope that we're going to have a decision on who won this thing and an acceptance by the loser that he or she won and move on.
So with a current projected tally of 81, Harris is certainly up against it and has work to do. Johanna Maska is a former aide to President Barack Obama.
It's too early right now for us to know. I think Democrats have always known that this is going to be much more difficult than 2020. Obviously at that point, President Trump had so bungled the COVID pandemic that there were so many people showing up. This time it's harder to motivate people because we've got the White House.
And in some breaking news, Donald Trump has just claimed a projected victory in the state of Utah. In other news, voting machines were hit by technical problems in Pennsylvania and New York State, and bomb hoaxes closed polling stations in Georgia, which the FBI said came from Russia. An investigation is underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the U.S. Capitol's visitor center carrying a flare gun. And voters in 10 states have also been taking part in ballot measures on abortion. In addition to voting for the president and congressional representation, access to the procedure has been severely limited in some places since federal protections were scrapped by the Supreme Court 2 years ago. In Florida, where a pro-abortion rights measure failed to win enough support to pass. For 10 minutes of expert global analysis once a day, set up our World in 10 podcast in Google Assistant's Play My News service.
Live from the News Building London, New York and Pennsylvania.
As I was saying,
Trump v. Harris.
Good evening, America!
America decides. US Election Night 2024.
This is our time, America.
With Callum MacDonald on Times Radio.
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us at 3:05 in the UK on Wednesday morning, the 6th of November, as we tell you the story of the US presidential election so far. As things stand, there are so many parts of this puzzle still to fall into place, particularly in the crucial swing states. Georgia has been a dominant part of our conversation so far. Nearly 80% of the votes there have been counted so far. The gap between Donald Trump and behind Kamala Harris is narrowing, though Trump is still ahead with just shy of 52% of the vote. Results in Georgia, by the way, coming in quite quickly compared to other states because they were allowed to begin counting mail ballots at 7 o'clock local time on election day. And so the mail-in ballots have traditionally favoured Democrats, but Trump seems to have had a pretty favourable showing so far. All in all, Georgia remains too close to call, which is becoming a favourite phrase of ours throughout the night, Daryl.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. We've had a couple of, one or two declarations in the last few minutes. Utah, Montana for Donald Trump. Those early results going his way. They are red states you'd expect him to win. That puts him on 198 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 99. Again, that's the kind of way that you would expect it to stack up at the moment. There are still some blue states to come, and of course, those all-important swing states. Let me just give you the numbers, though. That gives Harris 46.3% of the vote with 35.9 million votes, and Donald Trump 52.4% of the vote, just over 40 million votes. It's going to be incredibly close, this.
Incredibly close. Who knows when we will get a conclusion, but we're working our way towards it the whole time. We mentioned Georgia, which has dominated the past hour of our conversation. Let's have a listen to Scarlett McGuire from JL Partners, and also the Times chief reporter, Fiona Hamilton, reporting from Atlanta.
But off the basis of exit polls that we've seen in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, and in the results that are trickling through from Georgia, it does look like things are going in Donald Trump's favour.
He's leading by a few percentage points, and he seems to be widening that gap at the moment. Now, it's important to say that, and everybody, I'm at a watch party at the moment in central Atlanta, so as you know, it's very heavily Democrat skewed, and everyone's reminding me that the rural votes are counted first, and we haven't seen a lot of the suburban areas yet where Kamala Harris is going to pick up a lot of votes.
Thank you so much for being with us on the radio and on the Times Radio YouTube channel. America is deciding. It's US Election Night 2024. We're bringing you all the results and reaction throughout the night.
US Election Night 2024 on Times Radio.
So then, in the Electoral College, Donald Trump on 198 and Kamala Harris on 99. I feel like that's not quite giving that feels like quite a thumping at the moment. It's not quite the full picture by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's the way that these things go, isn't it? We always get those red states, those states that are nailed on for Donald Trump early on in the night. They're followed by blue states a little bit later. In fact, California, which is one of the bluest of the bluest states, can take days and days and days to get a final result. For some reason, it's
54
and that's 54 of them. Yeah, I mean, it'll be called earlier than days, but it does take a very, very long time. Look, I would say that if I was to take a step back and just sort of figure out what the picture of the night tonight is, it is a strong showing for Donald Trump, particularly in some of those rural areas. He's winning black men. That seems to be the case in some instances. Georgia, independents appear to have broken for him. We've been considering that for the last couple of hours or so. The question then is, can Kamala Harris make the ground up where she needs to? Can she stack those votes up in places like Philadelphia, where she needs to do so, in Atlanta, in Georgia, Philadelphia, of course, in Pennsylvania? The reality is we don't know. It's a little bit early for us to really properly be able to paint that picture at the moment, but she is going to have to outperform Biden in Philadelphia and in those that sort of blue blob around Atlanta at the moment. And the question is, and I think there is a big ... here, is she going to, when she isn't advancing in the way that you would have hoped she would have hoped with women in particular, with Latino voters? There were some big questions, weren't there, after that Madison Square Garden gaffe? Would Donald Trump lose Latino voters? Well, no, it doesn't seem to be happening. That bleed doesn't seem to be happening. And so I think if you are in Team Harris, they're probably looking at these numbers and wondering where they're going to stack up these votes to try to offset Donald Trump's gains in rural areas. It's not beyond question, but it is, that hill is just getting a bit steeper.
One of the exit polls from the swing state of Michigan, with 15 electoral votes, Biden won by 2.8%. This is part of the blue wall. One of the exit polls there suggested that younger voters, those aged 18 to 29, were narrowly going for Trump. Now, this was maybe about an hour ago, but it means the deficit for Kamala Harris, in large part, is younger men in Michigan who are more for Trump. And I think that these sorts of nuances to this conversation are how we're building the picture. And whenever we work our way towards a final result, it'll be these building blocks that have helped us understand how we've got there.
And Michigan is really interesting. It's a state that Kamala Harris pretty much needs to win, would be expected to win, really, but is a sort of bubbling concern for them because of the situation in Gaza. It has a high Arab American Muslim population in Michigan, also quite a lot of students as well, actually, who are incensed by the situation in Gaza. They are deeply angry at the way that Joe Biden has handled the situation. He, of course, is a staunch ally of Israel. It was really interesting to see Kamala Harris there on Monday. She made a speech in Michigan, and she centered her speech in Michigan around ending the war in Gaza. She wants to try to find an end to the war in the Middle East. So the Democrats are clearly very concerned about what kind of damage that's done to them in Michigan. And if you look at it, it may have done significant damage to them in Michigan. I mean, what on earth happens if Michigan slips out of their fingers? I mean, it would take a huge upset for it to slip out of their fingers. Yeah. But if some of those dissatisfied voters do switch, then who knows? 19%
of the vote in Michigan, 61% probability of going for Trump. It's also fascinating in Michigan because of the kind of union voters there, which have I was speaking to a reporter in Michigan a couple of weeks ago on Times Radio Breakfast, and he was saying we've had political upheaval here over the last few years where the kind of conventions of US politics have flipped back and forth and back and forth. Places like Detroit, where General Motors and Ford and all these sorts of places used to be headquartered, but the last sort of 10 to 15 years in the Donald Trump era, a lot of these voters have gone Republican. Many of them didn't go to college. These are the kinds of trends and themes that we're picking up throughout the course of the night. Thank you for being with us. If you're watching on YouTube, or if you're not, go on to the Times Radio YouTube channel. You can join in the live chat that's going on there. Malcolm reckons Nevada won't call for days because they count postal votes for so long. Maranto says it's crazy how US politics affects us so much. Thank you for all of these. Head on to the Times Radio YouTube channel, or you can WhatsApp us for free from anywhere in the world. The number is 0333 003 2353 if you would like to WhatsApp us. In a few minutes, by the way, we'll be hearing from a couple of people from the UK who are each at the various the two events for the candidates. So one of them is at Trump's event in Florida, the other at Harris's event at Howard University. So we'll get a sense of how things are going in the United States at those various parties. Let's bring in a couple of political minds from both sides of this conversation, of this election. Indeed, Sarah Elliott is the spokeswoman for Republicans Overseas UK. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Also with us, Christopher Hale, former Democratic candidate for Congress. Christopher, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate being on with you all.
Not at all. It's great to have you both. And Sarah, meet Christopher, and Christopher, meet Sarah. Looking forward to hearing the conversation here. Christopher, is this a disappointing night for Harris so far?
So look, I think I'm here at the Harris Party as well in Washington, D.C., and we're looking for some signs of hope. And quite frankly, I think that we're grasping at straws right now. The campaign has talked about lines at the University of Michigan, lines at Michigan State being quite long. Here's my experience, though. When you're talking about the quality of lines, the size of lines, instead of the actual hard data, you're concerned. So I would say we've gone from nauseously optimistic here in Washington, D.C. among the Democrats to nauseous. I think we are concerned, and we just found out here in D.C. that the vice president plans on addressing the folks gathered at Howard University within the 11 o'clock hour. So I don't think she'll say much tonight, but we're definitely not declaring victory tonight.
Wow. Okay. I mean, it's really interesting to hear you speaking, Christopher. You sound remarkably downbeat.
I would say, yeah, I mean, definitely so. I'm a partisan Democrat. I think that I will say this, Kamala Harris in the past 106 days has run what I would consider as a partisan political professional, a remarkable campaign. We were down J&L Partners, the UK firm, said we had like a 10% chance of winning this election in July. When we switched to Kamala Harris, she's run a fantastic campaign. But if you just look at the indicators of wrong track versus right track, folks' views of incumbents across the nation and the world, we were, in fact, the underdog. Sometimes in our own party, we were trying to convince ourselves that this was just a sweet nothing. We told people, but I think we were underdogs. And I think we're going to come close tonight, but I really do struggle to see how we're going to get over the hump here. Something's going to have to change, and I don't currently see the data for that to change. But I would say a downbeat might be too strong, but I am the nauseously optimistic is too kind of language for what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah. Gosh, right. Okay, let's bring in Sarah then. Sarah, I mean, if that's how Christopher's feeling, presumably you're feeling jubilant to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we will probably know the winner before 6 a.m. London time tonight.
Wow.
It does not look like it's going to be close at all. New York Times has just predicted that Donald Trump will win the popular vote in addition to the Electoral College. And he looks slated to win not only the Sun Belt, but the Blue Wall as well. This is what we would call in America a shellacking. A thumping. It is definitely not what we expected in some ways, being that the polls were as close as they are. Her just path to victory is getting narrower and narrower, and it doesn't look possible. So this is a real realignment for the Republican Party, because this is a very unique coalition that has crossed the finish line, or appears to be crossing the finish line. But it is also a new day in America. 70% of Americans felt that the country was on the wrong track. The main issues in this campaign have been the economy and immigration. And those are the issues that Donald Trump holds much better than Kamala Harris. And again, there is a huge gender gap in this election campaign. Male vote is coming out for Donald Trump, and the female vote coming out for Kamala Harris.
Can I pick up on that? It's a really interesting point you make, and you sound incredibly jubilant, and you talk about this election as if it is a done deal now, as if it is going to be a blowout. And whilst the data does at the moment seem to favour Donald Trump, there are concerns about how much progress Kamala Harris is making in some of the places she needs to make. The idea of it being a blowout is pretty far away, is it not? I mean, it is going to be, if it is a Trump victory or if it's a Harris victory, either way, it's going to be incredibly, incredibly close.
I'm not prepared to agree with that right now. Not by
what data are you seeing that I'm not seeing?
Well, I don't know who you're following on Twitter or who you're watching, but listen, he's outperforming in areas that went Biden. For instance, the suburbs of Dallas. He's doing much better in places like Scranton, Pennsylvania. She needed a lead of about 700,000 votes in early votes in Pennsylvania. She doesn't have that. He's just overperforming in every state. Like in Pinellas County, Florida, that went Biden. It's now overwhelming Trump. Miami-Dade, he won that city by 11 points. That's like unheard of for a Republican in a city, urban area. Listen, I just think we have to be realistic at what we're looking at. This might be a much earlier night than we all anticipated.
Well, Sarah, can I just jump in? Because Sky News is projecting that Donald Trump is going to win Iowa. Which would make that poll that we were talking about at the weekend something of an outlier. Christopher, just a quick thought from you on that. If Iowa, the projection is that Donald Trump's going to win Iowa. Oh, I don't think we have Christopher. In fact, it sounds like we're ringing somebody. Sarah, a quick thought from you on that then?
Well, yes, and I think it was an outlier. It seemed very odd. At the stage of the campaign, especially for a state like Iowa, it was kind of suspicious. The only thing that people took seriously about it was because the pollster was so good. She has a great track record, but it doesn't seem to be aligning with the results tonight.
Christopher's back with us. Christopher, a projection we've just spotted from Sky News that Iowa is going for Donald Trump. I still, Christopher, can you hear me?
Oh, no, I now can hear you. Sorry,
good.
Repeat that question.
No, that's fine. Third time's a charm. The suggestion here is that one of the projections here is that Iowa is going for Donald Trump, which would make the poll from the weekend, well, disastrously wrong, actually, for the Democrats.
I don't know. I mean, so I would say that most Democratic strategists, what we took from that poll was not, no one that I talked to thought that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa. I think what the most noteworthy part of that poll was women over 65 supporting Kamala Harris by over 30 points. I do think that when the end of the night comes, what we will find out is I do think there's significant evidence that seniors, women over 65 in particular, have actually supported Kamala Harris at much higher rates than expected. I think it's remarkable. Remember, Iowa is a very conservative evangelical place. So one of the things I want to add is I think a significant portion of women who support Kamala Harris tonight actually disagree with her on abortion rights, which I think is noteworthy.
Really interesting to speak to both of you. Thank you very much indeed for your time. That's Christopher Hale, Democrat, former Democratic candidate for Congress, and Sarah Elliott, spokeswoman for the Republicans overseas. I mean, these are some fascinating things that are emerging here now. If Iowa indeed is going for Trump, if that sort of compounds the issues that Harris seems to be having in places like Georgia, North Carolina, just having a little look here, even Pennsylvania, where 54% of the votes are in, and it's 62% probability of Trump winning. Well, perhaps Sarah's prediction there that we could have a result by 6 a.m. UK time might not be ridiculous. What is striking, though, is that for the first 2 hours of this programme, the guests that we had on were all saying this is too early, you know, we've got some numbers and we're piecing them together, but it's too early to say anything. As soon as 3 o'clock comes around, both of our guests, the Harris campaign feel completely dejected and the Trump campaign feel really quite elated.
Yeah, it's interesting how these things can shift and change, isn't it? And the reality is, as we've been saying, Donald Trump is doing very, very well in the places he needs and wants to do very, very well, in particular with rural voters and with men. And the reality, as we've been saying, is that Kamala Harris just isn't finding the numbers where she needs to find them. Philadelphia being a really good point. Sarah points out there, actually, that there is a big steep hill for Kamala Harris to climb in Philadelphia. She needs to better Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and Joe Biden did particularly well in Philadelphia. It's sort of it's close to home for him. She may need to find something in the region of 700,000 votes there. Is she realistically going to be able to do that?
Yeah, is this the time of night where the US presidential election 2024 tipped? Well, we have lined up a couple of guests who I was previously going to describe as both being at parties. I'm not quite sure if they'll both be parties now. Ross Thompson is at the Trump event in Palm Beach, Florida, former Conservative MP. Ross, welcome to the programme.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
It's good to have you there. We've also got Ian Anderson, who's at the Kamala Harris event at Howard University. He's the CEO of Cicero Advisors. Ian, welcome to the programme.
Good to be with you. I hope you're getting it loud and clear.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you, Ian. I am actually going to start with you, Ian, because we've noticed a bit of a tone change from various Harris pundits on the programme just in the last 20 minutes or so. How's it feeling at the, in inverted commas, party?
Yeah, look, I think to some extent it's a bit all over the place so far. People are hanging on to every piece of data. They've been doing that before today. They're kind of doing that so far this evening. I would say kind of the atmosphere here is so far just a bit nervy would be the way I would put it, as a guest at this event.
Yeah. And Ross, what's it like at Palm Beach?
Is great. There's lots of energy, enthusiasm. As you can appreciate, there's been a number of results coming in from a number of states which have gone President Trump's way. I know that we're still waiting for those kind of key swing states, but at the moment the early results are looking good. So there seems to be quite a lot of cheering, noise and enthusiasm at the moment.
Let me put this to you from the New York Times. There's an 82% chance of a Trump victory. 82%, Ross. What it feels like to you? Do you think that feels accurate based on how close you've been to the campaign in the last couple of weeks, and indeed how close you are to it right now?
Yeah, in terms of my experience in the campaign, I would say that feels about right. I should maybe slightly caveat that by saying that I have been campaigning in Florida. And Florida, as you can see tonight, is very much Trump country. He won the state with 13 points. The biggest margin in the presidential election in over 30 years. And he flipped Miami-Dade County, which you'll know is traditionally like a solidly Democrat area that's now gone red. But just from friends, people that I know here in the States, it's kind of a vibe and feeling that I've been getting for some time that tonight should have been a good night for President Trump. And the way things are going at the moment, it looks like it could be that good night that we're hoping for.
Ian, it's interesting hearing Ross talking there because he's picking out real life examples, one in Florida there, where Trump is proving to be successful. And I'm not sure Harris can point to anything similar to point to something and say there is a success for me so far.
Yeah, I mean, you said really in the last 20 minutes, as I was sort of wandering around to find a working bit of Wi-Fi to actually be able to talk to you, it does feel like there's been a move in the last 20 minutes or so. About half an hour ago, people were still thinking about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It does feel that has changed a bit, but hey, look, with all of this, we could still be waiting 3 or 4 days. I don't necessarily buy this. It's all done by 6 o'clock in the morning UK time at the moment. As data comes in, the picture does seem to change. But no, certainly the mood here is quieter, definitely.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. I suppose I should ask as well, it won't have escaped our astute listeners that you both have Scottish accent, which are obviously very welcome on this particular programme. But Ross, why are you there? What have you added to the Trump effort, do you think? Are you the reason he might be winning?
No, well, that's very kind, but absolutely not. It's definitely not. If he's winning tonight, it's all because of President Trump and his message, and having a message about cost of living, dealing with inflation, and turning around the American economy. He's being able to say, I've covered 5,000 miles from Scotland to Florida because ever since I was young, I've had a geeky obsession with politics. We have a second home over here. Coming here since I was young, so I feel part of the community. I very much care about what happens here, but also as a proud Scot, I am very, very conscious that whatever happens here in the United States has an impact on Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom. I think the best friend and ally we ever had in the White House was President Trump, and that's why I want to see him re-elected, because I think that the future is bright for Britain if Trump's back in the White House.
Ross, really good to speak to you. I'm going to let you go only because the signal isn't tremendous, but we got what you're saying, so thank you very much for your time. Ross Thompson speaking to us from Palm Beach in Florida. And Ian, same question to you. Why are you there? What are you adding? And I suppose you might want to respond to what Ross has just said as well.
Yeah, so look, the bit I agree with Ross about is this is as an important election as our own election earlier in the year. It's absolutely vital. I've not been campaigning. I've actually been here talking to businesses. I'm a kind of guest of the campaign tonight. But no, it is the most important global election of all the elections that we've seen during 2024.
Ian, really good to speak to you. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming on. That's Ian Anderson, CEO of Cicero Advisors, joining us from the Kamala Harris event at Howard University. I wonder if there's just this palpable change of tone in the last 25 minutes. I'm really struck by it.
I think there's a story developing in Pennsylvania which gives us a sense as to why that's happening in Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania, which is now pretty much in. Harris has won that county. It's Biden's native Scranton. It's somewhere that he is very familiar with, and perhaps had a bit of a local vote. Perhaps for him, a bit of a hometown vote. But she's done it by 3 points. That's 5 points behind where Joe Biden took it in 2020. So that is another example there of Kamala Harris underperforming in Pennsylvania, in a place that she needs really. Particularly with Donald Trump doing quite well in the rural areas of Pennsylvania, she needs to be doing better there than she is. A place that Obama, by the way, won by 28 percentage points in 2012. So that gives you a bit of a sense of how that's changed. Hillary Clinton won it by ... 3 points as well. And of course, she lost in 2016. Just a slight caveat to that point as well, though, because I'm having quite a lot of flashbacks to 2020.
Yeah.
because it felt very much, because we were both covering that election as well, Callum, that night, and it felt very much about this point, about 3 o'clock, people started to go, hang on, Donald Trump's done really, really well amongst the places he needs to do really, really well. Of course, Joe Biden did really, really, really well in the places that he needed to do, and that doesn't seem to be a trend for Kamala Harris at the moment. But so far as Pennsylvania is concerned, Trump now leads there by about 58,000 votes. At this exact point in 2020, he led by 200,000 votes. So, this was happening. This story, this narrative, particularly in Pennsylvania, was happening this time 4 years ago. The path out of it, though, for Joe Biden was lots and lots of votes being stacked up where he needs them, and the trend doesn't appear to be happening like that for Kamala Harris.
It's really fascinating. There's a couple of themes then. So the core vote for Kamala Harris is possibly down. The male black vote seems to be significantly up for Trump. So does the Latino vote as well. This Iowa win for Trump that was projected, about 10 or 15 minutes ago, suggests that some polling might not have quite got this correct. And I'm still ringing in my mind as well as that exit poll from the very start of the night, which, is only so instructive in the context of all of this, but that had the democracy and the kind of concept of the integrity of democracy was right at the top of that poll, actually, in terms of concerns of voters.
Yeah. It was fascinating because actually we haven't heard, we almost sort of haven't heard a lot of that from voters. We've heard a lot of that from the candidates, but the voters have talked predominantly about the economy, about immigration, about abortion in particular on the left of politics, or those breaking for Kamala Harris. So I think when we saw that state of democracy at the start of the night, we thought, who does that favour? Yeah. Because, you could, both sets of supporters feel like their candidate is the person trying to save democracy. Donald Trump trying to save it from the deep state, Kamala Harris trying to save it from Donald Trump. It felt as though in those early sort of signs that perhaps that was favouring Kamala Harris. Possibly it isn't. Possibly it's favouring Donald Trump.
Really interesting. Your reaction, very welcome then. You can WhatsApp us 0333 003 2353 is the number, and that number can be used for free from anywhere in the world. And thank you to all of the people commenting, all of you commenting on YouTube. Hello to you. Go to the Times Radio YouTube channel if you'd like to watch along. Here in the UK, it's 3:33.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
With the latest news, here's Rob Malarkey.
Callan, thank you. Good morning. A spokeswoman for the Republicans Overseas UK has told Times Radio that she believes Donald Trump is on the verge of winning the US presidential election. Trump has claimed a projected 210 college votes of the required 270, including his home state of Florida. So far, by and large, Trump and Kamala Harris have secured states they're expected to win, but vote counting is gathering momentum in two of the so-called swing states, Georgia and North Carolina. Sarah Elliott says Trump's margin of victory could be emphatic.
I think that we will probably know the winner before 6 a.m. London time. It does not look like it's going to be close at all. New York Times has just predicted that Donald Trump will win the popular vote in addition to the Electoral College. And he looks slated to win not only the Sun Belt, but the Blue Wall as well.
The current feel-good factor surrounding the Trump camp has also been captured by Thomas Del Beccaro, a former chair of the Californian Republican Party.
Trump is outperforming in every single subcategory except women. So, I'd rather be Trump right now than Harris. But from 2020, the Democrats going into Election Day had a lead of 1.1 million. They only had a lead of some 400,000 this time around. We'll have to see.
In addition to voting for the president, Americans have also been voting for representation in Congress. There's been a notable success for the Republican candidate Ted Cruz in the state of Texas. And voting machines were hit by technical problems in Pennsylvania and New York, and bomb hoaxes closed polling stations in Georgia, which the FBI said came from Russia. An investigation is also underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the U.S. Capitol's visitor center with a flare gun. You can hear more from our Times experts and correspondents in the World in 10 podcast. Search for it on your favoured podcast platform.
Thank you very much, Rob. 3:35 now on Wednesday morning, the 6th of November, as we put the pieces of the puzzle in place. That's what I'm trying to say, of this US presidential election. Thank you so much for being with us. Right now then, Donald Trump looks to be ahead in 3 out of 6 battleground states where results are being reported so far. They are Georgia, North Carolina and Pennsylvania. It looks like Kamala Harris is ahead in Michigan, but only 19% of votes in that state have been counted so far. And Arizona, where half the votes have been counted, she seems to be ahead in Wisconsin as well. There is a lot still to unfold over the course of the evening. Confirmation in the last 20 minutes or so that Iowa has been projected for Donald Trump. So while not huge in terms of the Electoral College, 6 Electoral College votes there, still notable by way of a victory for former President Trump. Lots more of this story still to be told on Times Radio. Stay with us. We'll be reporting from Nevada and from a watch party in London before 4 o'clock.
I'm John Pienaar. From East Coast to West Coast, the counting has been going on, still is going on. What will it add up to for America and for the world? I'm going to be right here for you live this afternoon from the capital of the Union, Washington, D.C., telling you everything you need to know, everything that we can find out. Our guests are going to include Professor Larry Sabato from Sabato's Crystal Ball and the Trump supporter pastor Mark Burns, along with the DNC pollster Celinda Lake and more besides. That's Drive, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
The 2024 US presidential election. Hear it all on Times Radio.
Good morning. Latest projection in for you then. Donald Trump projected to win Nebraska. 5 electoral votes there. And so the projection is that Donald Trump will win Nebraska. Just a note then that would put him on 210 in the Electoral College. Kamala Harris on around 112. Yes, 112 for Kamala Harris. Just to note as well that you can see all of this data updating in real time for you at thetimes.com. There is no paywall. You can access thetimes.com for free right now. Go and enjoy. So then, are we beginning to see the emergence of a good night for Donald Trump? Let's speak to the attorney, Gloria Allred, who represented the woman who accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. Gloria, welcome to the programme.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you. We've been observing in the last kind of half hour or so on this programme that the Democrat supporters who are joining us are sounding slightly more dejected than at the start of the night. How would you describe how you're feeling?
Well, I would say it's always a roller coaster for the presidential election, or almost always. And this election is no different, except that we as Democrats feel that Trump is a danger, not only to women, but to the world. And I spoke at the Women's March in Washington, D.C. On Saturday, and we had such a turnout of women, 3 times the number that the organizers expected. And we also sensed a lot of enthusiasm for our nominee, Kamala Harris. And we can't say yet who is going to win, because again, it's all about the Electoral College and it's all about the battleground states. And we really don't have enough numbers yet to know, in other words, what percent of the vote. We don't have enough of that yet to know who's going to really win the battleground states.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is extremely important to Kamala Harris, as is Michigan, as is Arizona, and many other states. So we just don't know yet. And now usually it's the cities, the urban centers, that go for the Democrats, and the college educated go for the Democrats, and those voters in the rural counties, they usually go for the Republicans. And those, who do not have a college education in those states often also go for the Republicans and for Trump. So this is, it's going to be very close. We don't know. Even though Trump is ahead now in the Electoral College votes, many states have not yet turned in their vote count. So, for example, California, where I live, and New York, where I am tonight, Both have large amounts of voters. Both are usually anti-Trump and usually pro-Democratic. And so the polls just, closed in certain areas of the West.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. It is a nail biter.
It is,
and trying to stay positive.
Well, I hear that. And I mean, you're right. It is a nail biter. It is too close. There's a lot of distance still to go. I suppose what we're doing here, Gloria, is we're putting together what we can. And I suppose Georgia is looking particularly tight. In fact, I was just looking at the latest numbers from Georgia, and that looks like it's going to go Trump with 91% of the votes in. The chance of a Trump victory is kind of greater than 95% there. So if there's that, plus Iowa has been projected for Trump as well. It's all of these things. There's a narrative here that it's not the night the Democrats would have hoped for at this point. Now, it could change. Of course, it could change. There's a lot still to happen, as you say. But as we talk, at this moment in time, this is not the night the Democrats would have wanted.
Well, that's true. It's also very disturbing that there have been bomb threats to certain election centers, for example, in Fulton County, which is generally Democratic.
Yeah, and they were found not to be credible, weren't they? But I take your point that they existed as threats.
Well, we'll have to see. I'm cautiously optimistic for Kamala, but I just don't know what's going to happen. It's just, kind of amazing to me that half the country at least thinks that Donald Trump should be reelected. And he's done nothing but really, for the most part, spew lies and misinformation and been very deceptive with the public. And apparently many people have bought his lies, for example, about the economy. Even the Wall Street Journal said that Biden has provided, one of the best economies ever, at low unemployment, and inflation is going down. When the Wall Street Journal, which is usually very conservative, gives that kind of applause, so to speak, to the Biden administration, we have to take notice of that. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. And we've done our best. We've all worked hard. I know people in my own family have worked hard. My grandchildren, my daughter, I have. I know many, many people out there, trying to get out the vote, because it is about getting out the vote at this point. And we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But I have a passion for justice. I'd rather see Trump in court instead of the White House.
Gloria, we are grateful for your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks now. Bye-bye. That's Gloria Allred, the attorney, of course, who represented the women who accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. So we are trying to just keep across all the information here. So on the Times.com right now, Donald Trump in the Electoral College is at 210 votes in the Electoral College. 270 is what's required to win. We are still awaiting projections from, well, actually all, I think, of the battleground states at this point. It's difficult to say exactly when we'll get them, but it is worth noting that Georgia has counted 91% of the vote. North Carolina, 85% of the vote. Pennsylvania, 61% of the vote. And so actually, it shouldn't be, in theory, it doesn't have to be too long before we start getting projections from these sorts of places, i.e. other places project with lower percentages of the vote. It just depends which counties are still to go. So there's a lot to work out there. But as things stand, Donald Trump, 210 in the Electoral College, Kamala Harris, 112. And I just wonder if you're observing that tone change. I think that is one thing just to be aware of in all of this. Your thoughts very welcome. You can WhatsApp us. The number is 0333 003 2353. Nick says, hello, Callum and team. I'm a regular expat British Times radio listener in Vancouver, loving watching the coverage on YouTube with your impartial perspectives while cooking up dinner. Keep up the great work. We've cracked into the snacks here, Nick. The grapes are flowing.
Can I just take,
yes, please do.
Sorry. Yes, you're right. They're flowing.
Go for it.
Can I take you to Cherokee County, just briefly, because this is a county in Georgia that we are watching really closely because it's a place that the Democrats have been chipping away at the Republican vote there, particularly during Donald Trump's time as the Republican candidate and president. They won it with 78% of the vote, the Republicans in 2004. Donald Trump did carry it in 2020, but with 68% of the vote. We're looking now at just over 69% of the vote for Donald Trump. So it does appear, these, by the way, are quite a wealthy area. These are the Republicans that Donald Trump has sort of put off, right? They're the kind of people who perhaps would have supported Nikki Haley in the primaries, the sorts of Republicans that are, the John LeBouteliers of the world, for example. And he does appear to have arrested that decline. And so that's really important because if the Democrats were going to make the gains they wanted to make in Georgia, to hold it as a state, to offset some of those rural victories that Donald Trump is making, they wanted to make gains here, and they haven't. And so I think as we digest why hasn't Georgia gone the way that Kamala Harris's team wants it to go, Cherokee County will be one of those stories.
That's really fascinating. And these are the places that are telling us the stories on, and as I'm describing them, the kind of building blocks of what will be the picture of this election. Just a note that the New York Times, on its needle, it's got a famous needle during US elections, which kind of swings around based on the kind of chance of victories in various places. They now say there's an 87% chance of Donald Trump becoming the president of the United States after this election. Right, let's speak to Lindy Lee, Democratic strategist. Hi, Lindy.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
It's great to speak to you. Also with us, Nicole Rodden, a veteran and former Republican Congress candidate. Nicole, welcome to the programme.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
It's good to speak to you. Lindy, I want to start with you. I just wonder how you are responding to the data that we have so far, clearly with a lot of mileage still left in terms of getting projections and results in. Do you think Kamala Harris can still win this election?
I absolutely still think so. I think the original plan was always holding on to those blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And we already won Nebraska, the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska. If she has that, she's going to be the next president. And you mentioned that, we still don't have the full vote count in a number of these states. Pennsylvania didn't even start counting until around 7 p.m. tonight. So we have hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots to go through. By law, they were not allowed to count until tonight. And that's why it's going to take a while for Pennsylvania to produce their numbers. But we are still hopeful. Every single time there's a red mirage, we go through the same thing. We are professional hand-wringers here in the Democratic Party. We are professional speaker outers, as you might say. So we are definitely we have our eyes on the ball. And if we have those 3 states and that sliver in Nebraska, we're all set.
Okay, well, that's interesting what Lindy says, Nicole, because if she's feeling like that, that must mean that you are feeling, well, still slightly anxious as to whether this is going to go Trump's way.
Not really. The narrative that it isn't educated women, and I actually take offense to that by what Miss Gloria said. I am an educated woman. I actually received a congressional nomination to attend one of our 5 federal academies. I also don't live in a rural county. I live in Cobb County, a very affluent county that unfortunately has turned blue. And as far as myself, my family, and so many amazing, strong, gifted, smart, powerful women, we're voting for President Trump and we're supporting him all the way. We want our families to be protected. We want the prices of our groceries to come down. And we don't want to see the next generation in another endless war.
Lindy, what would you say to that?
Well, my first reaction is it breaks my heart as a naturalized American to hear someone so wholeheartedly support a terrorist insurrectionist. The fact that he terrorized our capital, his supporters smeared feces on the wall.
He didn't terrorize the Capitol. That's hilarious.
Hang on, both. Let's have a conversation.
I'm also a woman.
Hang on. Let's have a conversation so we can hear what each other's saying. So, Lindy, go ahead, and then we'll get Nicole back. Go on, Lindy.
He terrorized the Capitol. He incited terrorism and violence against the seat of American democracy simply because he did not want to relinquish power. That is the most anti-democratic, anti-American thing you could possibly do.
I suppose, Lindy, if I may, and I hear what you're saying, that doesn't seem to have mattered all that much in this election.
Right. I really think it came down to two things: immigration and economy. Inflation is now down to 2.1%, but the cumulative price hikes still hurt. People remember that in 2019, prices were lower. They don't remember that Trump completely bungled the pandemic response, paving the way for this inflation surge. He laid the seeds for that. And also, secondly, immigration. But also, I want to remind our viewers that he is the one who purposely torpedoed the bipartisan border deal that we had a few months ago. He wanted to fearmonger about migrants. He wanted immigration as a campaign issue and refused to solve the problem. He doesn't genuinely care about the border. He only cares about himself.
Okay, and so let's let Nicole respond.
Well, that's actually hilarious hearing that, because your candidate has flip-flopped on the border. From the beginning, we've always, the border was just was something that was racist, that was something that was unnecessary. And all of a sudden, last month, just recognizing how important securing our border. And someone who is as a second-generation Latina, whose parents have immigrated to this country legally, we do actually respect the naturalization process, the legal immigration process, and the ability for those to come here and become citizens the right way.
I wonder then if we can try to work out where these successes are being picked up. Among which demographics, Lindy, are you confident that Harris has picked up support? Where is the solidity of her vote coming from?
The gender gap of the 2024 presidential election is going to be the most pronounced in modern political history. Women in particular, are extremely upset that our bodily autonomy was taken away by a serial sexual predator. And this is not me calling anyone names. He's an adjudicated rapist in the court of law. He was found legally liable for sexual abuse. We need to stop mincing words, because this is the truth. This is who he is. 26 women credibly accused him of sexual assault. This very man, installed 3 right-wing extremists on the Supreme Court, overturning Roe v. Wade through Dobbs. And that is why we are no longer protected, why we no longer have full control over our bodies. And women are upset. That's why I predict that we're going to see a record turnout in those collar counties of Montgomery, Bucks, and Chester, around Philadelphia. Soccer moms are going to come out. We see older women in Iowa, for example. Older women also care about abortion. This is not a generational issue. This is a human rights issue. If we don't have control over our bodies, nothing else matters.
Understood. And Nicole, are you feeling good about the breadth and depth of Trump's support? And I think it's important that we consider both of those things. Is there a depth that you are seeing to the support that is going in his favour?
Well, absolutely, because look what just happened in Florida with that abortion bill that was shot down. And the people voted and the voices were heard. I think this narrative right now on how abortion rights are human rights are quite sad. This is 2024. We know exactly how we can get pregnant, and there are other ways to prevent that. As somebody who has suffered a miscarriage and had to go through a process to remove the remains of my unborn child, it's a painful process. It's an emotional process. It's a physically draining process. I don't think any woman should ever want to go through that. There are so many ways to not get pregnant or to prevent having an abortion that I think we should be, I think right now, and I appreciate that President Trump has been more open to having those conversations about having any other birth control pills, about educating women on how not to get pregnant, on what to do before you have to make the very painful choice of abortion.
Understood. And with thanks for the conversation, both. Really interesting to get into what has been one of the crucial issues at this election, for sure. That's Nicole Rodden, former Republican congressional candidate, and Lindy Lee, Democratic strategist as well. Right, let's go to Times Radio's Rosie Wright, who is moving her way, meandering and weaving through London to find the best watch parties to be at. I think you found some Republicans, Rosie?
I have, Callum, good morning. About a mile and a half away from where we last spoke. very much traded in. The Democrats, we had sort of beer mats and boppers. Here, it's a slightly more plush affair. Velvet-lined sofas. We've got glasses of champagne, and many Republicans have come to the hotel here to watch the results play out. And I showed you some of the Republicans' accessories. Of course, a Democratic Party wouldn't be complete without the famous hat. But who are the people wearing them? Let's find out some of the people who've chosen to spend their evening here. Jennifer Owing is here. Jennifer,
how are you?
I'm very well. Tell me how you're feeling at this early stage, the atmosphere, your friends, your colleagues. What's the dynamic like?
Sure, so it's pretty good, actually, and I think it's looking very good for President Trump. I know people thought with the polls it was going to be very close. It still could be, still Pennsylvania to look at, but at this point, I think he's making huge inroads into the popular vote, which is not something people thought would happen, but it makes sense because he was spending a lot more time in New York, in California, and I think a lot of those people that had always thought, oh, it's a blue state, there's no point in voting, voted this year for, a multitude of reasons. So no, feeling very, very good.
If that is the case, what is the message that you think would have persuaded people over in somewhere like New York?
Sure, I think it's number one, the illegal immigration is a massive problem, and New York is not a border state, but you can see these hotels that are completely filled up with it. It's affecting people's schools, it's affecting crime. So I'd say that's number one. Number two, it's very, it's the economy. It is, it's groceries, it's gas, it's the price of rent. I mean, these are real issues. And as much as the other side has tried to say, oh, well, Trump says mean tweets or Trump said this. I mean, those are luxury things to say at this moment. I mean, people are voting on things that affect them. And the fact of the matter is Kamala Harris is the vice president right now. She's been in charge for 3.5 years, and she's running on this turn the page sort of thing, but she's in charge right now. So, I think we've got basically a referendum on two different administrations. She is not going to be able to sort of separate herself from what's gone on in the Biden administration. And I think people have seen the two different administrations, and it's that old adage, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
And that's exactly what Donald Trump asked yesterday in his final campaign speech. Jennifer, thank you so much. There is huge amounts of optimism at the Democratic camp. Just a mile and a half away from here. They are going until 11 a.m. this morning, so I'll be heading over there. Back to you, Callum.
Thank you, Rosie. Enjoy the parties. Classic Rosie, mingling around all the London parties. It's just what she does. Right, let's grab a quick word in one of the crucial swing states. It's Nevada, 6 electoral votes there. Kieran Southern, the Times West Coast correspondent, joins us from Las Vegas. Kieran, hello.
Good morning.
So polls have closed. I was just having a little look. I'm not sure they're being counted particularly quickly. What's the latest?
No, Nevada's known for being quite slow, so we haven't got any indication. The pre-election polls suggest it's going to be exceedingly close. One of an expert who is known as Nevada's polling oracle, he called it yesterday for Harris by less than half a percentage point. But as I say, we haven't had any results in yet, so it remains to be seen.
Okay. And where are you? What is the atmosphere like where you are?
I am at a Republican watch party at a luxury hotel just off the Las Vegas Strip. It's very jubilant at the moment. There's the MC for the evening keeps running onto stage with updated odds. I'm not sure where he's pulling them from, but it started, he said, Donald Trump has gone into 1-6 to win the election, then 1-8, then 1-10. And then as I was leaving to call you, he said 1-12. As I say, I'm not sure where the odds are coming from, but high spirits inside this watch party.
Nice one, Kieran. Thank you very much indeed. We will keep in touch. Kieran Southern there, the Times West Coast correspondent, joining us from Las Vegas, where the odds are being plucked out of thin air. Who'd have thought? It's nice to hear from Kieran. Of course, as we hear from our colleagues from the Times, you can read their brilliant reporting completely for free. The paywall is off you can access thetimes.com right now and you can see all the updates as they're coming in. As things stand then, Donald Trump on 210 in the Electoral College, Kamala Harris on 113. We're about to get some more closures of polls and projections will follow. We'll keep you right up to date with the numbers as we continue through the night and as America decides. It's 4 o'clock in the UK. Welcome. This is Callum MacDonald as America decides. This is coverage of the US presidential election 2024. It's Wednesday, the 6th of November, just gone 4 o'clock in the UK, which means it's 11 o'clock on the east coast of the United States. Polls have just closed in California, in Idaho, in Oregon and in Washington. It will not surprise you to hear that California is projected to go the way of Kamala Harris in perhaps one of the least surprising events of the night. However, that will be a welcome boost for the Democratic Party with more than 50 electoral college votes awarded to Harris. Idaho is projected to be won by Donald Trump. That's 4 electoral votes heading to the Republican Party. We'll continue to bring you the latest projections as and when we get them. Right now, let's get the news headlines. Here is Rob Malarkey.
Callum, thank you. Good morning. A spokeswoman for Republicans Overseas UK has told Times Radio that she believes Donald Trump is on the verge of winning the US presidential election. Trump has so far claimed a projected 214 college votes of the required 270, including his home state of Florida. The New York Times is predicting Trump will also win the popular vote in addition to the Electoral College. Sarah Elliott says Trump's victory could be emphatic.
This is what we would call in America a shellacking. It is definitely not what we expected in some ways, being that the polls were as close as they are. Her just path to victory is getting narrower and narrower, and it doesn't look possible.
And in the last few minutes, polls have just closed in the states of California, Idaho, Oregon and Washington. Well, Republican strategists will certainly be encouraged by the number of college votes received so far. Seb Gorka was a deputy assistant to Trump during his first term of office. Speaking to Times Radio this morning, he said the results have followed recent positive trend lines.
We broke the back of the tradition that Conservatives only vote on election night. And the president was right to say, you've got to vote early. We need 90 or 100 million votes. That is not physically, empirically possible on election day alone. So Conservatives, and my wife is the chair of the GOP in our county in Virginia, we have seen a 200% increase for early voting.
Exit polls suggested a high female turnout, which was expected to be good news for Vice President Harris. While Harris is ahead with women voters, it's not by a significant margin. Early data showed women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election of 4 years ago. So far, Harris has a projected 145 college votes. Johanna Maska is a former aide to the Democrat president and Harris supporter Barack Obama. She's remaining positive.
It's too early right now for us to know. I think Democrats have always known that this is going to be much more difficult than 2020. Obviously at that point, President Trump had so bungled the COVID pandemic that there were so many people showing up. This time it's harder to motivate people because we've got the White House.
In addition to voting for a president, Americans are also voting for representation in Congress. Ted Cruz has today claimed a notable success for the Republicans in Texas, paving the way for full control of the Senate.
A huge victory here in Texas. And I believe, and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as president of the United States.
And the Democrat Sarah McBride has become the first openly trans person to be elected to the US House of Representatives for the state of Delaware. Voters in 10 states have also been taking part in ballot measures on abortion. Access to the procedure has been severely limited in some places since federal protections were scrapped by the Supreme Court in 2022. In Florida, voters narrowly rejected a measure to overturn its 6-week abortion ban. And voting machines were hit by technical issues in Pennsylvania and New York, and bomb hoaxes closed polling stations in Georgia, which the FBI said came from Russia. And an investigation is underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the US Capitol's visitor centre with a flare gun. For 10 minutes of expert global analysis once a day, set up our World in 10 podcast in Google Assistant's Play My News service.
Live from the News Building London, New York and Pennsylvania.
As I was saying...
Trump v. Harris.
Good evening, America!
America decides. US Election Night 2024.
This is our time, America.
With Callum MacDonald on Times Radio.
Hello, good morning. It's 4:05 on Wednesday, the 6th of November. Welcome to Times Radio's coverage of the US presidential election 2024. When we came on the air, we were quite pessimistic about when we would actually be able to report an outcome of this presidential election. We're still not convinced that it will happen in the next couple of hours, but it might not be as far away as it once felt. On the other hand, for Kamala Harris, the White House may be just slipping away from victory, for her victory this evening. It looks like Donald Trump may be picking up support in unexpected places. In fact, in the last hour on this programme, we felt something of a seismic mood change as we heard from both Republican and Democrat guests. At the polls shifted in favour of Donald Trump. The votes, the counting. Republicans have been feeling quite jubilant over the course of the last hour. The feeling in the Harris camp has been far more downbeat. Let's have a listen to Sarah Elliott from Republicans Overseas UK. And first, former Democratic candidate for Congress, Christopher Hale.
So look, I think I'm here at the Harris Party as well in Washington, D.C., and we're looking for some signs of hope. And quite frankly, I think that we're grasping at straws right now. The campaign has talked about lines at the University of Michigan, lines at Michigan State being quite long. Here's my experience, though. When you're talking about the quality of lines, the size of lines, instead of the actual hard data, you're concerned. So I would say we've gone from nauseously optimistic here in Washington, D.C. among the Democrats to nauseous.
This is what we would call in America a shellacking, a thumping. It is definitely not what we expected in some ways, being that the polls were as close as they are. Her just path to victory is getting narrower and narrower, and it doesn't look possible.
It was really noticeable over the last hour. Donald Trump has pulled ahead of Kamala Harris in the Electoral College tally, but no swing states have been called, and this race is going to hinge on their results. Voting has finished in all 7 of the swing states, and indeed most others as well. We will bring you right up to date, and we will keep you right up to date as America decides.
US Election Night 2024 on Times Radio.
Daryl Morris, bring us up to date. What are the numbers? How are things looking?
Yeah, let me give you that headline figure then. So 538 Electoral College votes up for grabs. 270 is the magic number. One of these candidates has to get that or above in order to become the next president of the United States. As it stands, Donald Trump has 214. Kamala Harris has 179. Now, we've had a slew early on of red states declare for Donald Trump. We've actually sort of had a